Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I thought I'd do something a little different to help you forget about whatever's been weighing on your mind. We're diving into some absolutely wild workplace nightmare stories from Reddit that honestly make me grateful for whatever job drama I've got going on. Trust me, after hearing these stories, your own workplace problems are going to seem like minor inconveniences. Before we start, you already know what to do. Comment below what time you're watching this video, as well as the country you're watching from. And if you're new here, my name is Vembo, and I go through Reddit stories just like these every evening. So if that sounds interesting to you, be sure to subscribe. Anyway, settle in, get comfortable, and let's dive into some workplace chaos that'll make you feel better about your own situation. Our first story comes from someone who learned that some managers have absolutely zero respect for basic human decency. My boss expected me to work through my grandma's funeral. I work at a small marketing firm where we're chronically understaffed and everyone's constantly stressed. I've been there for about 2 years and generally try to be reliable and rarely call out sick or ask for time off. My grandmother had been battling cancer for several months, and last week she finally passed away, peacefully surrounded by family. The funeral was scheduled for a Friday, and I asked my boss on Monday if I could have that single day off to attend her service and be with my family during this difficult time. I explained the situation and offered to work extra hours during the week to make sure all my projects stayed on track. My boss looked at me with this completely stone-cold expression and said, "Death isn't an excuse for laziness. We have deadlines to meet and clients depending on us. If you can't handle the responsibility of this job, maybe you should find something more suitable for your work ethic." I was completely stunned. I've never called out for anything frivolous. I work overtime regularly without complaint, and I've never missed a single deadline. But apparently, wanting to attend my own grandmother's funeral made me lazy and irresponsible. I told him that I would be attending the funeral regardless, and that if he couldn't understand why that was important to me, then maybe this wasn't the right company for me. He said that if I didn't show up on Friday, I shouldn't bother coming back on Monday. I attended, said goodbye to someone who helped raise me and was one of the most important people in my life. It was devastating and beautiful, and everything a funeral should be. I held my mum while she cried and listened to stories about the incredible woman my grandmother was. On Monday morning, I found a termination letter on my desk. Apparently, my absence had caused irreparable damage to client relationships, even though nothing urgent had happened, and all my work was caught up before I left. The story ends there. The complete lack of basic human empathy is absolutely staggering. Calling someone lazy for wanting to attend their grandmother's funeral shows a level of callousness that's hard to comprehend. Some people really shouldn't be in positions of power over other human beings. OP is definitely better off without that toxic environment, even though being fired for grieving is incredibly unfair. Let's move on to someone who discovered that workplace theft comes in many forms, including the daily disappearance of lunch. My co-worker stole my lunch every day until I got revenge. I work in a busy office building with a shared break room and communal refrigerator. Like most people, I bring my lunch from home to save money and eat healthier than the fast food options nearby. About 3 months ago, I started noticing that my lunch would occasionally go missing from the fridge. At first, I thought maybe I'd forgotten to bring it or misplaced it somewhere else. But then it started happening more frequently, and I realized someone was deliberately taking my food. I tried everything I could think of to stop the theft. I labelled my lunch containers with my name in permanent marker. I put my lunch in an insulated bag and hid it behind other items in the fridge. I even bought a small lunchbox with a combination lock, but somehow my food still kept disappearing. The breaking point came when I brought leftover homemade lasagna that had taken me hours to prepare over the weekend. It was comfort food during a particularly stressful week, and I'd been looking forward to it all morning. When lunchtime came, my container was empty in the sink, with just a few crumbs left. I decided to set up a little surveillance operation. I started paying attention to who was in the break room during lunch times and noticed that my co-worker Jake always seemed to be eating elaborate meals that looked suspiciously similar to what I'd brought from home. Jake was one of those people who always complained about being broke, but somehow always had the latest gadgets and went out for expensive dinners. He'd make comments about how lucky everyone else was to have gourmet home cooking while he was stuck with peasant food. For my revenge, I prepared what looked like my usual delicious lunch, but loaded it with an absolutely brutal amount of hot sauce. I'm talking Carolina Reaper level heat that would make most people question their life choices. I packaged it up in my normal container with my name clearly labelled and put it in the fridge. Sure enough, around noon I heard this blood-curdling scream from the break room, followed by Jake running to the water cooler, chugging directly from the spout. He was sweating, crying, and making these horrible gasping noises while other co-workers gathered around, asking what was wrong. When he finally recovered enough to speak, he started yelling about how someone had poisoned his lunch. I calmly walked over and pointed out that he was holding my lunch container with my name on it and asked him why he was eating my food. The entire room went silent as everyone realised what had been happening. Jake tried to claim it was an honest mistake, but several people pointed out that this wasn't the first time they'd seen him eating food that clearly belonged to someone else. He got written up by HR for theft, and I never had another lunch go missing after that incident. That story is absolutely perfect. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire, or in this case, fight theft with chemical warfare. The fact that Jake had the audacity to scream about being poisoned after stealing someone else's clearly labelled food is incredible. Nothing quite like instant karma served at exactly the right temperature to teach someone a lesson about respecting other people's property. Our next story takes us into the mind of a manager who apparently thinks medical documentation is just a suggestion. The manager who denied my sick leave with a doctor's note. I work at a retail store where calling out sick is treated like committing a federal crime. The managers act like any illness is a personal attack on their ability to run the store, and they make you feel guilty for being human. Last month I came down with the worst flu I've had in years. I'm talking fever, chills, body aches, the whole nightmare package. I could barely get out of bed, let alone stand for 8 hours helping customers and handling merchandise. I called my manager Sarah first thing in the morning to let her know I wouldn't be able to come in. She immediately got hostile and said that being sick wasn't an excuse and that we were already short-staffed for the day. I explained that I had a high fever and felt terrible, but she said everyone gets sick and we all have to push through it. I decided to go to urgent care to get checked out and hopefully get some medication to help me recover faster. The doctor confirmed that I had influenza and wrote me a note saying I should stay home for at least 3 days to recover and avoid spreading the illness to co-workers and customers. I texted Sarah a photo of the doctor's note, along with a message explaining that I had the flu and medical documentation requiring me to stay home. Her response was absolutely unbelievable. If you can text me, you can work. Being able to use your phone means you're not too sick to stand behind a register. I couldn't believe what I was reading. According to her logic, unless I was literally unconscious, I should be at work spreading my contagious illness to everyone I encountered. I tried to explain that the doctor had specifically said I needed to quarantine to prevent infecting others, but she claimed doctors only write notes to help people get out of work. She told me that if I didn't show up for my next scheduled shift, she would write me up for an unexcused absence despite having medical documentation. She said the doctor's note didn't matter because she didn't believe I was actually too sick to work. I ended up having to drag myself to work while running a fever because I couldn't afford to get written up and potentially lose my job. I spent the entire shift feeling miserable, barely able to focus, and probably got half our staff and countless customers sick. Within a week, 3 other employees called out with the same flu symptoms I'd had, including Sarah herself. When she got sick, she took 4 days off and sent multiple texts to our group chat about how terrible she felt and how she couldn't possibly work in her condition. The hypocrisy was absolutely mind-blowing, but of course when management gets sick it's a legitimate medical emergency that requires time off to recover. This story perfectly captures the toxic double standard that exists in so many workplaces. Managers who think they can override medical professionals because they don't want to deal with staffing issues are creating dangerous situations for everyone. The fact that Sarah ended up getting the same illness and immediately took more time off than she'd allowed OP shows exactly how hypocritical these policies really are. Moving on to someone who discovered that workplace plagiarism is alive and well in the corporate world. My co-worker took credit for my entire project. I work at a consulting firm where we regularly present project proposals and findings to clients. I'd been working for weeks on this massive market analysis presentation for one of our biggest accounts, staying late every night to make sure every detail was perfect. The presentation included original research I'd conducted, data analysis I'd performed, and strategic recommendations I'd developed based on months of studying the client's industry and competitors. This was the kind of project that could really advance my career if it went well. The night before the big client meeting, I finalized everything and uploaded my slides to our shared project folder so the team could review them one last time. I was proud of the work and confident that it would impress both our client and upper management. The next morning, I arrived at the office early to print handouts and prepare for the presentation. When I walked into the conference room, my co-worker Jessica was already there setting up her laptop and running through slides that looked exactly like mine. I initially thought she was just helping me get ready, but then I noticed that all the slides had her name in the footer instead of mine. Every piece of research, every chart, every recommendation that I had spent credited to Jessica. I confronted her about it, and she acted completely casual, like nothing was wrong. She said she had refined my work and improved the presentation flow, so weeks developing was now naturally. It made sense for her to present it since she'd added so much value. I pointed out that the content was 99% identical to what I'd created, with only minor formatting changes. She said that collaboration was normal in our industry, and that I was being territorial about work that belonged to the company anyway. The client meeting started before I could escalate the situation to management. I had to sit there and watch Jessica present my research, my analysis, and my recommendations as if she'd done all the work herself. She fielded questions about methodology and data sources that only I could have answered accurately, but somehow she managed to fake her way through it. The presentation was a huge success. The client loved our recommendations and signed a major contract extension. Upper management praised Jessica for her exceptional work and innovative thinking. After the meeting, several executives pulled Jessica aside to congratulate her and discuss potential promotion opportunities based on the quality of her presentation. Meanwhile, I sat at my career advancement disappear into someone else's portfolio. That story is infuriating on so many levels. The premeditation involved in stealing someone's My Desk watching work and then presenting it as your own shows a level of professional betrayal that's hard to comprehend. Jessica didn't just take credit for OP's work, she potentially stole career opportunities and recognition that rightfully belonged to someone else. That kind of workplace theft can be devastating to someone's professional growth and trust in their colleagues. Let's continue with another story about a boss who apparently confused rejection with job performance reviews. My boss took rejection personally and decided to punish me professionally. I work at a small marketing company where the owner, let's call him Mark, has always been a little too friendly with female employees. He's one of those guys who stands too close when he talks to you and makes comments about your appearance that toe the line between compliments and harassment. I'd been working there for about 8 months and generally kept things professional. Mark would occasionally make inappropriate jokes or comments, but I just ignored them and focused on my work. I was actually doing really well, consistently meeting all my targets and getting positive feedback from clients. The situation escalated about 2 months ago when Mark asked if I wanted to grab dinner with him to discuss some upcoming projects. I politely declined and suggested we could meet during regular business hours instead. He seemed disappointed but said that was fine. Over the next few weeks, he kept finding excuses to ask me out. Coffee meetings, lunch discussions, after-work drinks to celebrate successful campaigns. Every time, I declined professionally and offered workplace alternatives instead. I thought I was handling it well by keeping things strictly business. Then suddenly my performance reviews started changing. Mark began criticizing work that he'd previously praised, finding fault with projects that clients loved, and questioning my commitment to the company. He started scheduling overtime mandatory for projects that weren't urgent and assigning me the most tedious tasks available. The breaking point came when he called me into his office for what he said was a performance improvement meeting. He told me that my recent work hadn't been meeting company standards and that he was concerned about my attitude. He said that. Then maybe I needed to be more of a team player and show that I was willing to go above and beyond for the company. When I asked for specific examples of my poor performance, he couldn't give me any concrete issues. Everything was vague complaints about my energy and dedication to the role. He suggested that perhaps I needed to be more social with the team and participate in company culture. I realized he was basically punishing me for refusing to date him. My work quality hadn't changed at all, but suddenly everything I did was wrong in his eyes. He started cutting my hours, saying that we needed to make sure I was really committed before giving me full-time responsibilities. Within a month, I went from working 40 hours a week to barely getting 20. My paychecks were cut in half, and I couldn't afford my rent or basic expenses. Meanwhile, he hired a new female employee who seemed very receptive to his attention, and she immediately got the hours and projects that had been taken away from me. I ended up having to find a new job because the hostile work environment became unbearable. Mark made every day miserable with his passive-aggressive comments and constant criticism of my work. That story ends there. Using professional retaliation as revenge for personal rejection is such abuse a classic of power move. Mark couldn't handle being told no, so he decided to make OP's work life hell until she quit. It's the kind of behavior that creates toxic workplaces and makes people afraid to set professional boundaries. These situations show exactly why workplace harassment policies exist, even though they're not always enforced properly. Let's move on to someone who discovered that some co-workers think noise pollution form of creative expression. My co-worker blasted music all day and claimed silence killed creativity. I work in an open office environment where we all share the same space. Generally, people are pretty considerate about noise levels since we're all trying to concentrate on detailed work that requires focus and attention. About 6 months ago, we got a new hire named Brandon, who apparently had very different ideas about appropriate workplace behavior. From his very first day, he brought in this massive Bluetooth speaker and started playing his music loud enough for the entire office to hear. I'm talking about bass-heavy hip-hop, aggressive metal, electronic dance music with repetitive beats that made it impossible to concentrate on anything. Volume that was so loud that people on phone calls with clients had to ask them to repeat themselves constantly. When someone politely asked Brandon if he could use headphones instead, he launched into this speech about how silence stifles creativity and that music ambient helps boost productivity and innovative thinking. He said that successful companies like Google and Facebook encourage creative environments and that our office was too sterile and corporate. Multiple people complained to Brandon directly, explaining that his music was making it difficult for them to focus on their work. He would turn it down for maybe an hour, then gradually increase the volume again until it was just disruptive as before. The situation got worse when Brandon started taking music requests from people, thinking this would make everyone happy. He'd shout across the office, asking genre what people wanted to hear, completely disrupting whatever we were working on. When people ignored him or said they preferred quiet, he'd choose something even louder. Several of us filed complaints with HR about the noise issue. We explained that we couldn't concentrate, that client calls were being disrupted, and that the constant music was creating a hostile work environment for people who needed quiet to be productive. HR spoke with Brandon about the complaints and asked him to use headphones like everyone else. His response was to bring in an even bigger speaker and claim that he had a medical condition that made headphones uncomfortable. He said he'd provide documentation from his doctor if necessary. The music continued for weeks, while HR supposedly investigated his medical claim. Meanwhile, our productivity plummeted because nobody could focus on detailed work with constant bass thumping in the background. People started working from home just to escape the noise. Finally, someone discovered that Brandon had been lying about the medical condition. HR found out he'd never contacted any doctor or medical professional about headphone sensitivity. When confronted with this information, he admitted that he just preferred speakers because the sound quality was better. He was fired the next day for creating a hostile work environment and lying to management about medical accommodations. That story's over. The weaponizing of fake medical conditions to justify being inconsiderate is a whole new level of workplace manipulation. Brandon turned an entire office into his personal concert venue and then acted like everyone else was the problem for wanting to actually work. The fact that he doubled down with an even bigger speaker after HR talked to him shows he never intended to be reasonable about the situation. Moving on to someone who learned that some bosses think punctuality rules only apply to their employees. The manager who docked my pay for being 2 minutes late while showing up 30 minutes late himself. I work at a retail store where our manager is absolutely obsessed with punctuality, at least when it comes to his employees. He's implemented this strict policy where being even 1 minute late results in automatic pay deductions and disciplinary action. Every morning, he stands by the time clock with a stopwatch, literally timing when people arrive. If you're supposed to start at 9 and you clock in at 9:01, you get written up and lose 15 minutes of pay. He says that being on time shows respect for the company and your co-workers. The policy seemed excessive, but I tried my best to always arrive early to avoid any issues. I'd leave my house with plenty of buffer time and usually got to work about 10 minutes before my shift started. For months, I managed to maintain perfect punctuality under his ridiculous system. Then one morning, there was an accident on my usual route to work that created unexpected traffic delays. I called the store as soon as I realized I'd be late, explaining the situation and asking if there was any flexibility given the circumstances beyond my control. My manager said that traffic wasn't an excuse and that responsible employees always plan for potential delays. He told me I'd be written up and docked pay regardless of the reason for my tardiness. I ended up arriving exactly 2 minutes after my scheduled start time. My manager was waiting with his stopwatch and a disciplinary form already filled out. He made a big show of documenting my lateness and explaining how this reflected poorly on my work ethic and commitment to the jobs where the hypocrisy becomes absolutely ridiculous. This same manager routinely showed up 30 to 45 minutes late for his own shifts. He'd stroll in casually drinking coffee, make jokes about traffic or oversleeping, and act like his tardiness was perfectly acceptable. When employees pointed out the double standard, he said that management had different responsibilities and scheduling flexibility. He claimed that his role required him to handle off-site meetings and administrative duties that regular employees wouldn't understand. The reality was that he spent his mornings at the gym and getting breakfast, then showed up whenever he felt like it. Meanwhile, we were all expected to be perfectly punctual or face financial penalties and disciplinary action. One particularly ridiculous morning, he arrived 45 minutes late while I was getting written up for being 3 minutes late due to a delayed bus. He walked past us joking about how he'd stopped for donuts and lost track of time, completely oblivious to the irony of the situation. Several employees complained to upper management about the unfair policy and blatant double standard. We pointed out that docking pay for minor lateness while management showed up whenever they wanted was creating a hostile and inequitable work environment. Upper management eventually removed the automatic pay deduction policy and told him that punctuality standards needed to apply to everyone equally, including managers. That story ends there. The level of hypocrisy required to dock someone's pay for being 2 minutes late while showing up nearly an hour late yourself is truly impressive kinds. These of power-tripping managers create such toxic environments by establishing rules that only apply to people below them in the hierarchy. The fact that he was literally timing people with a stopwatch while regularly breaking his own attendance policies shows how disconnected some people become when they get a little authority. Let's continue with someone who discovered that delegation can quickly become exploitation. My co-worker dumped all her work on me and called it efficiency. I work in a busy accounting office where we all have substantial workloads during tax season. Everyone's stressed and working long hours, but generally we try to support each other and share the burden as much as possible. My colleague Sarah started working here about 6 months ago and initially seemed very capable and organised. She'd finish her tasks quickly and often offered to help other people with their projects. Management praised her efficiency and team player attitude during her first few performance reviews. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that Sarah was asking me to help with more and more of her assignments. It started with small requests like double-checking calculations or formatting reports that she'd already completed. I was happy to help because collaboration makes everyone's job easier, but gradually the requests became more substantial. She'd ask me to handle entire client files because she was swamped with other priorities. She'd delegate research tasks to me while she focused on what she called the more strategic aspects of our projects. Eventually, I realised that Sarah wasn't actually doing much work at all. She'd assign me tasks that were clearly her responsibility, then spend her time socialising with co-workers or browsing the internet. When managers walked by, she'd quickly pull up spreadsheets to look busy. The situation reached a breaking point when Sarah asked me to complete a major quarterly report that was specifically assigned to her by our supervisor. When I pointed out that this was her project, she said that I was better at detailed analysis and that she trusted me to do quality work. I told her I had my own deadlines to meet and couldn't take on additional projects. She became defensive and said that she thought we were a team and that good colleagues help each other out. She made it seem like I was being selfish for not wanting to do her job for her. During our next team meeting, Sarah presented the work I'd been doing as examples of her productivity and efficiency. She talked about streamlining processes and optimizing workflows, but what she really meant was that she'd figured out how to get other people to do her work while she took credit. Our supervisor praised Sarah for her innovative approach to project management and her ability to collaborate effectively with team members. Meanwhile, I was working 60-hour weeks trying to keep up with both my assignments and the tasks Sarah kept dumping on me. When I finally complained to management about the situation, Sarah claimed that she'd been mentoring me and helping me develop new skills by giving me challenging assignments. She said that I'd volunteered for additional responsibilities and that she was surprised I was now complaining about opportunities for professional growth. Management sided with Sarah initially because her projects were always completed on time, and she had a reputation for being efficient and collaborative. It took several weeks of documentation and testimony from other co-workers before they realised what was actually happening. Sarah was eventually transferred to a different department where she couldn't exploit established relationships to avoid doing her own work. That story is over. The evolution from helpful colleague to complete work parasite is fascinating to watch unfold. Sarah basically created her own personal assistant while making it look like collaborative teamwork. The fact that she had the nerve to frame exploitation as mentorship when confronted shows just how manipulative some people can be in professional settings. These situations highlight why it's important to document work contributions and speak up when delegation becomes dumping. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought Christmas was just another Tuesday. The manager who expected me to answer work calls on Christmas Day. I work for a small consulting firm where work-life balance has always been a bit of a struggle. Our clients expect quick responses, and our manager tends to prioritize their demands over employee well-being, but I'd never experienced anything quite like this. Christmas fell on a weekday this year, and I'd requested the day off months in advance. It was approved by management and marked on all the company calendars as a holiday when the office would be closed. I was planning to spend the day with my family, something I'd been looking forward to for weeks. On Christmas Eve, my manager sent an email to the entire team saying that we needed to be available for any urgent client issues that might arise during the holiday. He said that dedicated employees should be willing to sacrifice personal time when business needs required it. I responded that I'd be spending Christmas with family and wouldn't be monitoring work communications. Several other employees sent similar responses, pointing out that we'd all requested and been granted the day off specifically to spend time with loved ones. My manager replied that client emergencies don't respect holidays and that we should all be prepared to handle urgent situations regardless of the date. He said that truly committed employees would understand that sometimes work has to come first. Christmas morning arrived and I turned off my work phone to focus on family time. We were having a wonderful day, opening presents, cooking together, and enjoying each other's company without the constant interruption of work messages and calls. Around noon, there was a knock at my door. I thought maybe a neighbour needed something or a family member had arrived early. Instead, I opened the door to find my manager standing on my front porch holding his laptop and looking absolutely furious. He said that a client had called with an urgent question and that I'd been ignoring my phone for hours. He demanded that I help him resolve the issue immediately because the client was threatening to take their business elsewhere if they didn't get answers. I was completely shocked that he'd shown up at my house on Christmas Day. I told him that I was spending the holiday with my family and that whatever the client needed could wait until the next business day. He said that my attitude was unprofessional and that I was jeopardizing the company's reputation. My family members were staring from the living room, wondering why my boss was at our front door on Christmas morning, demanding that I work. It was embarrassing and completely inappropriate, but he seemed to think his presence would pressure me into abandoning my holiday plans. I told him that I would not be working on Christmas Day and that he needed to leave my property immediately. He said that my refusal to help would be noted in my performance review and that dedicated employees would have made different choices. The next day, I learned that the urgent client issue was a simple question about invoice formatting that could have been answered by anyone with basic knowledge of our billing system. There was no emergency, no threat to lose business, just a routine inquiry that my manager had decided required immediate attention. Several co-workers reported that he'd contacted them throughout Christmas Day as well, trying to get someone to handle this non-urgent client question. Most people had ignored his calls and messages, but he'd become increasingly demanding and hostile as the day progressed. I ended up filing a complaint with HR about the Christmas Day house visit. Showing up at employee homes during approved time off crosses major boundaries and creates a hostile work environment that extends beyond the workplace. That story ends there. Showing up at someone's house on Christmas Day because they won't answer work calls is such a massive boundary violation that it's hard to believe it actually happened. The fact that it was for a routine question about invoice formatting makes it even more ridiculous. Some managers really lose all perspective about what constitutes a genuine emergency versus basic entitlement to control their employees every moment. Let's move to someone who learned that some co-workers think the office microwave is their personal restaurant kitchen. My co-worker microwaved fish in the office every single day and claimed it was healthy eating. I work in a shared office space with about 30 people and one communal break room. The microwave gets heavy use during lunch hour, and generally people are pretty considerate about not heating up anything too pungent or messy. About 4 months ago, we got a new hire named Linda, who apparently had very different ideas about appropriate office food. Every single day, at exactly noon, she would walk into the break room with a container of leftover fish and microwave it for what felt like an eternity. I'm talking about salmon, tuna, cod, whatever seafood she'd prepared the night before. The smell would fill the entire break then room and spread throughout the office, lingering for hours afterward. Within minutes of her lunch routine, you could smell fish from the reception desk all the way back to the conference rooms. Multiple people politely mentioned that microwaving fish was creating a pretty strong odour that was affecting everyone else's lunch experience. Linda's response was always the same cheerful lecture about how fish was packed with omega-3 fatty acids and brain-boosting nutrients that were essential for workplace productivity. She'd go on and on about how people who complained about healthy food were probably just jealous that they weren't making better nutritional choices. She said that successful people prioritize their health and that maybe others should consider upgrading their diets instead of criticizing hers. The situation got worse when Linda started bringing even more pungent fish dishes. Curried fish, fish with garlic sauce, even some kind of fermented paste that made the entire floor smell like low tide. She seemed proud of how exotic and healthy her meals were, but completely ignored the fact that everyone else was gagging. People started eating lunch at their desks or leaving the building entirely to escape the fish smell. The break room became basically unusable for anyone else during lunch hour because the odour was so overwhelming. Several of us approached Linda directly, asking if she could maybe save the fish meals for dinner at home and bring something less aromatic to work. She laughed and said we were being ridiculous, that food smells were natural, and that she wasn't going to change her healthy eating habits because other people had sensitive noses. She actually started microwaving fish more frequently after our complaints, bringing it for both lunch and afternoon snacks. She'd make comments about how some people just couldn't appreciate quality nutrition and that she felt sorry for anyone who lived on processed junk food. The final straw came when Linda microwaved some kind of whole fish head soup that smelled so bad that people in nearby offices started calling to complain. The reception desk got multiple calls from clients asking if there was a plumbing problem or gas leak in our formal building. We filed complaints with HR about the fish situation, explaining that the smell was making it difficult for people to eat their own lunches and that some employees were actually feeling nauseous from the odour. One co-worker mentioned that the smell was triggering her morning sickness. HR spoke with Linda about being more considerate with her food choices. Her response was to bring in an even larger container of fish curry the next day and heat it up while maintaining direct eye contact with everyone in the break room. She was finally given a written warning for creating a hostile work environment and disrupting the workplace with inappropriate food choices specifically. The warning mentioned that continuing to microwave pungent fish would result in further disciplinary action. Linda quit 2 days later, saying that she couldn't work in an environment that didn't support employee health and wellness initiatives. That story is over. The weaponizing of healthy eating to justify making everyone else miserable is truly something to behold. Linda turned the office break room into her personal seafood restaurant and acted like everyone else was the problem for having functioning noses. The direct eye contact while microwaving fish curry after the HR meeting shows she knew exactly what she was doing. Let's move to someone who learned that some managers think unpaid overtime is a personality test. My boss called unpaid overtime team spirit and expected us to work for free to prove our loyalty. I work at a small advertising agency where the workload is constantly overwhelming and deadlines are always unreasonable. We're chronically understaffed, but instead of hiring more people, management just expects everyone to work longer hours. My boss Marcus has this philosophy that truly dedicated employees should be willing to sacrifice their personal time for the good of the company. He regularly schedules meetings that run past normal business hours and assigns projects with impossible deadlines that require staying late to complete. The problem is that Marcus expects all this extra work to be done for free. He says that salaried employees shouldn't worry about clocking hours and that real professionals focus on results rather than time cards. When people mention overtime pay, he acts like they're being greedy and unreasonable. About 2 months ago, he started calling mandatory after-hours work sessions that he labelled as team-building activities. These weren't social events or training workshops. They were just regular work meetings scheduled at 7 in the evening when everyone should have been going home. Marcus would send emails saying things like, "Tonight's collaboration session will help us bond as a team while pushing forward on the Johnson campaign." What he really meant was that we'd be working unpaid overtime, while he called it something that sounded fun and voluntary. When people pointed out that these evening sessions were just work meetings disguised as team activities, Marcus got defensive. He said that employees who truly cared about the company's success would be excited about opportunities to contribute beyond their basic job requirements. He started making comments about team spirit and dedication during these forced overtime sessions. He'd say things like, "I can really see who the committed team members are," while looking directly at anyone who seemed reluctant to stay late without compensation. The situation escalated when Marcus announced that weekend work sessions would be starting to help us catch up on backlogged projects. He framed these as voluntary opportunities for ambitious employees to demonstrate their leadership potential and commitment to excellence. Of course, nothing about these weekend sessions was actually voluntary. People who didn't show up found themselves excluded from important projects and receiving passive-aggressive comments about their work ethic during staff meetings. Marcus created this environment where refusing to work unpaid overtime was treated as a character flaw. He'd make remarks about how some people just weren't cut out for the fast-paced world of advertising, and that successful agencies required employees who were willing to go above and beyond. Several employees tried to address the unpaid overtime issue directly with Marcus. We pointed out that requiring evening and weekend work without compensation was potentially illegal and definitely unfair to people who had families and personal commitments outside of work. His response was that we were thinking about work in an outdated way. He said that modern professionals should be passionate about their careers and that truly successful people don't separate their work life from their personal life. When someone mentioned that they couldn't afford to work additional hours without pay, Marcus suggested that maybe they needed to reconsider whether this was the right career path for them. He said that people who were focused on money instead of professional growth might be happier in different industries. The breaking point came when Marcus scheduled a mandatory Saturday work session and explicitly said that anyone who didn't attend would be demonstrating a lack of team spirit that would be reflected in their performance reviews. 3 employees quit that week, citing the unpaid overtime expectations and hostile work environment. Marcus claimed that their departures proved they weren't committed team players and that we were better off without people who prioritized personal time over company success. The remaining staff filed complaints with the Department of Labour about the unpaid overtime requirements. Marcus was eventually forced to start paying for all mandatory work sessions and weekend projects, but he never stopped making snide comments about employees who cared more about paychecks than passion. That story's over. The rebranding of wage theft as team spirit is such a classic manipulation tactic. Marcus created this toxic culture where basic labour rights were framed as character defects and working for free was somehow proof of professional dedication. The fact that he doubled down even after people quit shows how disconnected some managers become from basic fairness and legal requirements. Moving on to someone who discovered that workplace lies can destroy careers faster than actual poor performance. My co-worker lied about me to get a promotion and told management I was missing deadlines that she was supposed to handle. I work in project management at a tech company where meeting deadlines is absolutely critical to client relationships and company reputation. Everyone's performance is closely monitored, and missing deliverables can seriously impact your career advancement. My colleague Amanda and I had been working together on various projects for about 18 months. She was ambitious and competitive, but I thought we had a good working relationship and supported each other's success. We often collaborated on complex assignments that required coordination between multiple departments. About 6 months ago, a senior project manager position opened up in our department. Both Amanda and I applied for the role, which would have been a significant step up in responsibility and salary. The competition was friendly at first, with both of us discussing our qualifications and excitement about the opportunity. During the application process, we were both asked to manage separate components of a major client rollout that had several interdependent deadlines. Amanda was responsible for coordinating with the development team, while I handled client communications and stakeholder updates. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly until our manager called me into a private meeting to discuss some concerning feedback. He said that several department heads had reported issues with my project management and communication skills. Apparently, there had been multiple instances where I'd missed critical deadlines and failed to keep stakeholders informed about project status. I was completely blindsided by these accusations. I'd been meticulously tracking all my deliverables and hadn't missed any deadlines that I was aware of. When I asked for specific examples, my manager mentioned several project milestones that were actually Amanda's responsibility, not mine. I tried to explain that those particular deadlines belonged to Amanda's portion of the project, but my manager said that Amanda had been very clear about the division of responsibilities and that I was trying to shift blame for my own performance issues. Over the next few weeks, more complaints surfaced about my supposed poor performance. Stakeholders were reportedly frustrated with my lack of communication, and the development team was complaining that I wasn't providing them with necessary information to meet their deadlines. The strange thing was that I had detailed email records and project documentation showing that I'd been handling all my responsibilities appropriately. But somehow, Amanda versions of events was being accepted while my evidence was dismissed as excuses or attempts to cover up mistakes. During one particularly frustrating meeting, a department head mentioned that Amanda had been proactively reaching out to address issues that I was supposedly creating. She'd been positioning herself as the solution to problems that she was actually causing by not handling her own responsibilities. I realized that Amanda had been systematically lying about our project division while taking credit for my work and blaming me for her missed deadlines. She'd been building a narrative where she was the competent, reliable team member while I was the weak link dragging down project success. The promotion decision came down a few weeks later, and of course Amanda got the position. During the announcement, management praised her proactive communication skills and ability to handle challenging projects under pressure. They specifically mentioned how she'd managed to keep the client rollout on track, despite facing some team coordination challenges. After Amanda's promotion was announced, I requested a meeting with HR to discuss the false accusations and provide documentation showing the actual project responsibilities. I had emails, project plans, and stakeholder communications that clearly demonstrated Amanda had been lying about my performance. HR conducted an investigation that took several months, during which time Amanda was already settled into her new senior role and making decisions that affected my career development. The investigation eventually concluded that there had been miscommunications about project responsibilities, but no disciplinary action was taken against Amanda. By the time the truth came out, the damage to my reputation was already done. Several department heads still viewed me as unreliable based on Amanda's false reports, and I'd lost the promotion opportunity that I'd been qualified for. I ended up transferring to a different department to escape the toxic dynamic Amanda had created. She continues to thrive in her promoted position while I'm still rebuilding my professional reputation from the lies she spread. That story is over. The calculated destruction of a colleague's reputation for personal gain shows a level of workplace sociopathy that's genuinely disturbing. Amanda didn't just lie about one incident, she created an entire false narrative over months while positioning herself as the hero solving problems she was creating. These situations show how easily careers can be derailed by someone willing to be completely dishonest about shared responsibilities. Let's move to someone whose boss apparently thought emotional regulation was a job requirement. My manager said I didn't smile enough and denied my raise because I wasn't positive enough for the workplace culture. I work in customer service for a mid-sized insurance company where my primary responsibilities involve processing claims and answering client questions over the phone. I've been there for almost 3 years and have consistently received positive performance reviews for my accuracy, efficiency, and professional communication skills. During my annual review last month, I was expecting to discuss my standard raise and potential advancement opportunities. My metrics were excellent. I'd received multiple commendations from satisfied clients, and I'd never had any disciplinary issues or complaints about my work quality. My manager Susan started the review by acknowledging my strong technical performance and reliable attendance record. She said that my claim processing accuracy was among in the department and that clients the highest frequently mentioned my helpfulness and knowledge during follow-up surveys. Then she shifted into what she called areas for improvement, and that's when things got weird. Susan said that while my work quality was excellent, she had concerns about my attitude and energy level. She said that successful employees need to bring positive energy to the workplace and that my demeanour was sometimes too serious or focused. I was confused because I'd never received any feedback about attitude problems. I asked for specific examples of when my demeanour had been inappropriate or unprofessional. Susan said it wasn't about being inappropriate, but rather about not being enthusiastic enough about company culture and team dynamics. She explained that during staff meetings and team activities, I tended to be quiet and task-focused rather than engaging in the social aspects of workplace interaction. She said that truly successful employees should be excited about coming to work and should demonstrate that excitement through their attitude and facial expressions. Susan then made a comment that completely floored me. She said that I didn't smile enough during the workday and that my serious expression made other employees uncomfortable. She suggested that I should work on appearing more approachable and positive, even when handling routine tasks. I pointed out that most of my work involved dealing with people who were filing insurance claims after accidents, property damage, or other stressful situations. Maintaining a professional, empathetic demeanour seemed more appropriate than walking around with a constant smile while people discussed their misfortunes. Susan said that positive energy was contagious and that even difficult conversations could benefit from an upbeat attitude. She suggested that I could find ways to inject more optimism and enthusiasm into client interactions without being inappropriate to their situations. The conversation took an even more ridiculous turn when Susan said that my raise would be smaller than usual because personality and cultural fit were just as important as technical performance. She said that employees who contributed to a positive workplace environment deserved to be rewarded more than those who simply did their jobs competently. I asked if there were specific behavioural expectations or training programs that could help me understand what kind of attitude was expected. Susan said that being positive and enthusiastic shouldn't require training, that it should come naturally to people who are truly happy in their roles. She suggested that maybe I should reflect on whether this job was the right fit for me if I couldn't maintain the kind of upbeat energy that contributed to team morale. She said that some people were naturally more suited to customer service roles than others. I left that review feeling like I was being penalised for having a professional demeanour instead of performing emotional labour that had nothing to do with my actual job responsibilities. Susan was essentially saying that my technical excellence didn't matter as much as my willingness to be a constantly smiling workplace cheer co-leader. Several workers later told me that Susan had made similar comments to them about needing to be more positive and enthusiastic. Apparently, she'd been conducting personality evaluations disguised as performance reviews, and using subjective attitude assessments to justify smaller raises and fewer advancement opportunities. I ended up filing a complaint with HR about the discriminatory nature of requiring employees to maintain specific facial expressions and emotional displays that weren't related to job performance. The complaint is still under review, but Susan has stopped making direct comments about my smile frequency. That story is over. Requiring specific facial expressions as a job performance metric is such a bizarre overreach into personal autonomy. Susan basically created her own emotional labour requirements and then used them to justify paying people less money for excellent technical work. The idea that processing insurance claims requires constant smiling shows how disconnected some managers are from the actual nature of the work their employees do. Moving on to someone who discovered that some co-workers think the workplace is their personal bedroom. My co-worker napped in the break room every single day and bragged about being well rested. I work at a mid-sized accounting firm where everyone's expected to pull their weight, especially during busy seasons when deadlines are tight and clients are demanding. Most people take brief lunch breaks and maybe grab coffee throughout the day, but nothing excessive that impacts productivity. About 8 months ago, we hired this guy named Derek, who seemed competent enough during his first few weeks. He'd show up on time, complete his assigned tasks, and participated in team meetings without any obvious issues. I thought he was going to be a solid addition to our department. Then Derek discovered our break room had a really comfortable couch that nobody used much. At first, he'd just sit there during his lunch break checking his phone or eating his sandwich. Nothing wrong with that, since everyone deserves time to decompress during the workday. But gradually, Derek started spending more and more time on that couch. He'd disappear for extended periods throughout the day, claiming he was taking short breaks to recharge his energy levels. When people asked where he'd been, he'd joke about how important it was to maintain work-life balance. The situation escalated when I walked into the break room around 2 p.m. and found Derek completely passed out on the couch. He was snoring loudly with his shoes off and his feet up on the armrest, totally unconscious, in the middle of a busy workday. I assumed he must be sick or having some kind of health issue, so I quietly left and closed the door to let him rest. But when I checked back 30 minutes later, he was still sound asleep in the same position, completely oblivious to the fact that he was supposed to be working. Derek eventually wandered back to his desk around 4 o'clock, looking refreshed and relaxed, like he'd just had a spa day. When I asked if he was feeling okay, he cheerfully said he was amazing, had a nap, and felt totally recharged for the rest of the afternoon. I realised this wasn't a one-time health issue. Derek had been systematically taking extended napping breaks throughout the workday, while the rest of us covered his responsibilities and handled client requests that he wasn't available to address. The napping became a daily routine. Derek would clock in at 9, work for a couple hours, then disappear to the break room for what he called power naps. He'd sleep for anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how tired he felt. When people started commenting on his frequent absences, Derek launched into these speeches about how successful CEOs and entrepreneurs all swore by strategic napping to boost creativity and productivity. He said he was actually working smarter, not harder, by giving his brain time to process information subconsciously. He'd make comments about how exhausted and stressed everyone else looked, suggesting that maybe they should consider incorporating rest periods into their daily schedules. He acted like he was some kind of workplace wellness guru who had figured out the secret to peak performance. The most infuriating part was that Derek would brag about how well rested he felt compared to his co-workers. He'd stretch and yawn dramatically at his desk, making comments about how refreshing his afternoon nap had been, while the rest of us were struggling to meet deadlines. Meanwhile, his work was piling up and getting redistributed to other team members. When clients called asking about projects Derek was supposed to handle, we'd have to make excuses about him being in meetings or handling other priorities. Multiple people complained to management about Derek's excessive break time, and the impact it was having on team productivity. Our supervisor said he'd look into it, but weeks went by without any changes to Derek's napping schedule. The situation reached a breaking point when Derek slept through an important client conference call that he was supposed to lead. The client to team members had to reschedule, and several to scramble to cover for his absence without any advance notice. When confronted about missing the call, Derek claimed he'd been working late the night before and needed recovery time to maintain his performance standards. He said that forcing employees to work when they're tired leads to mistakes and poor quality output. Management finally intervened when Derek's napping started affecting client relationships and project timelines. He was given a formal warning about excessive personal time during work hours and told that future would result in disciplinary action. Incidents. Derek's response was to start bringing a pillow and blanket to work, saying that if he was going to be forced to nap on an uncomfortable couch, he might as well make the experience more restful. He seemed genuinely confused about why people were upset with his strategic rest periods. He was fired 2 weeks later after falling asleep during a staff meeting where we were discussing budget quarterly projections. Derek apparently thought the meeting was boring and decided to take a quick nap, while the rest of us tried to focus on important financial information. That story is over. The complete disconnect between sleeping for hours and calling it strategic productivity optimization is genuinely impressive. Derek turned the workplace into his personal hotel, while everyone else covered his responsibilities. The pillow and blanket response after getting formally warned shows he never understood that work involves actually staying awake. Some people really think they can nap their way to success, while their colleagues do the actual work. Let's move to someone whose boss apparently thought office supplies were a personal charity case. My boss forced me to buy office supplies out of pocket and said it would help the team if I sacrificed a little. I work at a small marketing company where the budget is always tight, but we generally have the basic supplies needed to do our jobs effectively: inkins, paper, printer P, the usual stuff that any functioning office needs to operate. About 6 months ago, our office manager left for a better opportunity and wasn't immediately replaced. Our boss Janet decided to handle supply ordering herself while they searched for a new hire, which seemed reasonable enough since she knew what the office needed. But Janet's approach to supply management was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Instead of ordering supplies when we ran low, she would wait until we were completely out of essential items, then act surprised that people couldn't work without basic materials. When our printer ran out of ink and stopped working, Janet said the company couldn't afford new cartridges until the next quarter. She suggested that people who really needed to print documents could figure out alternative solutions that didn't require company resources. I pointed out that printing was essential for client presentations and contract signatures, basic functions that our business couldn't operate without. Janet said that creative problem solving was part of being a valuable employee and that resourceful people would find ways to meet their responsibilities. The situation got worse when we ran out of pens and nobody could take notes during meetings or sign important documents. Janet's solution was to suggest that dedicated team members might want to bring pens from home to ensure smooth business operations. When people mentioned that bringing personal supplies to work wasn't really their responsibility, Janet framed it as a team-building opportunity. She said that employees who truly cared about the company's success would be willing to make small sacrifices to help the team succeed. She started making comments about how some people were more committed to collective success than others, implying that anyone who wouldn't buy their own office supplies was somehow selfish or uncommitted to the company's mission. The breaking point came when Janet directly asked me to purchase printer paper with my own money because we had an important client presentation the next day. She said it would really help the team if I could invest in our shared success, and said that I'd remember my willingness to go above and beyond. I told her that buying office supplies was the company's responsibility, not mine, and that I shouldn't have to spend my personal money on basic business operations. Janet got defensive and said that successful companies required employees who were willing to do whatever it took to achieve goals. She made it seem refusal to buy printer paper was a character flaw that demonstrated a lack of team spirit and commitment to excellence. She likewise said that truly dedicated employees would see this as an investment collective in their own professional growth and the company's future success. When I continued to refuse, Janet suggested that maybe I wasn't the right fit for a small company environment where everyone needed to wear multiple hats and contribute beyond their basic job descriptions. She said that employees at larger corporations might be more comfortable with rigid role definitions. Several other co-workers were also being pressured to buy supplies with their own money. Janet had created this culture where spending personal funds on office needs was framed as proof of dedication and team loyalty rather than the wage theft it actually was. The situation escalated when Janet started keeping track of who contributed personal money for supplies and who refused. She'd make passive-aggressive comments during staff meetings about how some team members were more willing to invest in collective success than others. People who bought their own supplies got praised for their commitment and team spirit, while those who refused were subtly criticized for not being team players. Janet was essentially creating a two-tiered system where your willingness to subsidize company operations determined your standing with management. I ended up filing a complaint with the Department of Labor about being required to purchase work materials with personal funds. The complaint is still being investigated, but Janet stopped directly asking people to buy supplies after she received notice about the filing. The company eventually hired a new office manager who immediately ordered all the basic supplies we'd been lacking for months. Turns out the budget had always been sufficient for office materials. Janet had just been pocketing the money that should have gone toward operational expenses. That story is over. Basic turning office supply theft into a loyalty test is such a creative form of wage manipulation. Janet basically ran a scam where employees had to fund their own ability to do their jobs, while she stole the supply budget. The fact that she framed personal financial sacrifice as team spirit shows how skilled some people are at manipulating guilt to cover up their own theft. At least the Department of Labor takes this kind of exploitation seriously, even when management tries to dress it up as company culture. Moving on to someone who discovered that some co-workers think smoke breaks are extended vacation time. My co-worker took hour-long smoke breaks every single day and left me responsibilities. I work in to handle all his customer service at a busy retail store where we're always understaffed and the phones never stop ringing. Everyone's expected to handle multiple tasks simultaneously while maintaining good customer service standards throughout their shifts. My co-worker Marcus is a heavy smoker who takes frequent breaks throughout the day to go outside and smoke cigarettes. Initially, his smoke breaks seemed reasonable, maybe 5 or 10 minutes every few hours, which is pretty standard for people trying to manage nicotine addiction while working. But gradually, Marcus's smoke breaks started getting longer and more frequent. What began as quick cigarette breaks evolved into extended outdoor sessions where he'd disappear for 30 to 45 minutes at a time, leaving me alone to handle the customer service desk. During his extended smoke breaks, I'd have to answer all the phone calls, help walk-in customers, process returns, and handle any emergencies that came up. The workload that was designed for 2 people suddenly became my sole responsibility, while Marcus stood outside smoking and chatting with other employees on their breaks. When customers asked where my co-worker was, I'd have to make excuses about him handling other tasks or being temporarily unavailable. I couldn't exactly tell customers that he was outside smoking cigarettes while they waited for service. Marcus would return from his hour-long smoke breaks looking relaxed and refreshed, often carrying coffee or snacks he'd purchased from nearby shops during his extended outdoor adventures. He'd joke about how stressful the job was and how much he needed those breaks to maintain his sanity. The most frustrating part was that Marcus never acknowledged the extra workload his absences created for me. He'd come back from his marathon smoke breaks and immediately start complaining about how busy things were, as if he hadn't been absent during the busiest parts of our shift. I tried talking to Marcus directly about the length and frequency of his smoke breaks. I explained that handling the entire customer service operation alone was overwhelming, and that his extended absences were creating service delays and frustrated customers. Marcus's response was that smoking was an addiction and that he couldn't control when he needed nicotine. He said that people who didn't smoke couldn't understand the physical necessity of taking breaks to manage withdrawal symptoms and maintain focus. He started framing his excessive smoke breaks as a medical accommodation that the company was legally required to provide. He claimed that preventing him from smoking when he needed to would be discriminatory against people with nicotine addiction. When I pointed out that other smokers in our store took much shorter, less frequent breaks, Marcus said that everyone's addiction was different and that he had particularly severe withdrawal symptoms that required longer recovery periods. I complained to management about Marcus's extended absences and the impact they were having on customer service quality. Our supervisor said he'd look into the situation, but weeks went by without any changes to Marcus's smoking schedule. The breaking point came during our busiest shopping day of the year, when Marcus disappeared for over an hour during the peak afternoon rush. I was completely overwhelmed trying to handle dozens of customers, multiple phone lines, and several returns simultaneously while he was outside smoking. A customer complaint was filed about long wait times and poor service quality during that busy period. When management investigated, they discovered that Marcus had been absent during the entire incident while I struggled to provide adequate service alone. Marcus was finally given a formal warning about excessive personal time during work hours. The warning specified that smoke breaks should be limited to 15 minutes maximum and no more than 3 times per shift, which is still more generous than most workplaces allow. His response was to start timing his breaks exactly and making a big show of checking his watch to ensure he wasn't exceeding the 15-minute limit. But somehow, his 15-minute break still managed to stretch into 30 or 40-minute absences when management wasn't paying attention. The situation finally resolved when Marcus was transferred to a different department, where his smoking habits wouldn't directly impact customer service quality. His replacement is also a smoker, but takes reasonable 5-minute breaks that don't leave me handling everything alone. That story is over. The evolution from normal smoke breaks to hour-long outdoor vacations is truly something to behold. Marcus basically treated nicotine addiction like a get-out-of-work-free card, while his co-worker struggled with double the responsibilities. The fact that he tried to frame excessive breaks as a medical accommodation shows how creative some people get when they want to avoid actually working. At least management eventually realised that customer service suffers when half the team is perpetually missing in action. Let's continue with someone whose boss apparently thought public humiliation was an effective management strategy. My boss screamed at me in front of customers for his own mistake and humiliated me publicly. I work at a busy restaurant where maintaining professional appearances is crucial for business success. Customers expect friendly service and a pleasant dining atmosphere, so staff interactions are always supposed to remain courteous and professional, especially in public areas. My manager Robert has always been high-strung and demanding, but he generally kept his stress management issues confined to private conversations with employees. He'd occasionally snap at people in the back office, but never in front of customers, where it could damage the restaurant's reputation. Last month, we had a particularly busy Saturday evening with a full dining room and multiple large parties celebrating special occasions. Everyone was working at maximum capacity to keep up with orders and maintain service quality during the dinner rush. Robert had specifically instructed me to prepare a special anniversary cake for a couple celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary. He gave me detailed instructions about the decoration and presentation, emphasizing how important it was to make their celebration memorable. I followed his instructions exactly, preparing the cake with the specific message and decorative elements he'd requested. The cake looked beautiful, and I was proud of the work I'd put into making it special for the anniversary couple. When it came time to present the cake, Robert took one look at it and flew into an absolute rage. He started screaming about how I'd completely ruined the couple's anniversary by preparing the wrong cake, with the wrong message and inappropriate decorations. The problem was that everything I'd done was exactly what Robert had instructed me to do, but apparently he'd given me incorrect information about what the couple wanted, and now he was furious about his own mistake, while blaming me for following his directions. Instead of handling the situation privately or quietly, Robert decided to have his meltdown right in the middle of the dining room, where every customer could hear and see what was happening. He was yelling at the top of his lungs about my incompetence and unprofessionalism. He called me stupid, careless, and said I obviously wasn't listening when he gave me instructions. He accused me of not caring about customer satisfaction and said that my mistake had ruined an important milestone celebration for the anniversary couple. The entire restaurant went silent as Robert continued his screaming tirade. Customers were staring in shock and discomfort at the spectacle of a manager publicly humiliating an employee over what was clearly his own error in communication. The anniversary couple looked mortified and embarrassed that their celebration had become the centre of such a dramatic workplace conflict. Other diners started whispering among themselves about the unprofessional behaviour they were witnessing. I tried to explain quietly that I'd followed his exact instructions, but Robert just got louder and more aggressive. He said I was making excuses and trying to shift blame instead of taking responsibility for my obvious mistakes. Several customers got up and left during Robert's screaming fit, clearly uncomfortable with the hostile environment he was creating. The entire dining room atmosphere became tense and unpleasant because of his public outburst. When Robert finally finished his tantrum, I was completely humiliated and fighting back tears in front of a room full of customers. The anniversary couple tried to be kind about the situation, saying they appreciated the effort and that the cake was lovely regardless. After the dinner rush ended, I found out that Robert had given me completely wrong information about the cake specifications. He had confused details from two different special orders and then blamed me for his own organisational failure. Instead of apologising for his mistake or acknowledging that he had given me incorrect instructions, Robert doubled down and said that good employees should have caught his error and corrected it before proceeding with the cake preparation. Several customers complained to corporate about Robert's unprofessional behaviour and the uncomfortable scene his screaming had created in the dining room. Multiple reviews mentioned the incident as a reason they would not return to our restaurant. Robert was eventually required to attend formal anger management training and received a reprimand for creating a hostile work environment that negatively impacted both customer experience and employee morale. The incident damaged my reputation with regular customers who witnessed the public humiliation, and it took weeks to rebuild the professional relationships that Robert's outburst had destroyed with his inappropriate behaviour. That story is over. The double devastation of being screamed at for someone else's mistake while customers watch in horror is nightmare-level workplace abuse. Robert turned his own organisational failure into a public execution while destroying the restaurant's atmosphere and probably losing customers permanently. The fact that he refused to apologise even after discovering his own error shows the kind of toxic ego that makes some people completely unsuitable for management positions. At least corporate took the customer complaint seriously enough to force some accountability. Moving on to someone who learned that some co-workers think the office refrigerator is their personal science laboratory. My co-worker kept rotten food in the fridge for months and claimed it was science. I work at a small tech company where we have a shared break room and one communal refrigerator that everyone uses for their lunches and drinks. Like most office fridges, it gets pretty crowded, and sometimes people forget items, but generally, we all try to keep it reasonably clean and organised. About 4 months ago, my co-worker Dave brought in what looked like a leftover sandwich and some fruit in a clear plastic container. He put it in the fridge, and I didn't think anything of it since everyone brings lunch from home occasionally. Days passed, then weeks, and I noticed the container was still sitting there in the same spot. The sandwich looked increasingly questionable, and the fruit was starting to develop some concerning dark spots, but I figured Dave would remember it eventually and throw it out. After about 3 weeks, the container had become a legitimate biohazard. The sandwich was completely covered in green and white mould. The fruit had liquefied into this horrifying brown sludge, and there was condensation on the inside of the container that suggested active bacterial growth. The smell was starting to permeate the entire refrigerator. Every time someone opened the door, this wave of putrid decay would hit you immediately. People started making comments about the terrible odour and wondering what was causing it. I finally approached Dave and politely mentioned that his food container had been in the fridge for several weeks and was starting to smell pretty bad. I suggested he might want to clean it out before it got any worse. Dave looked at me with this completely serious expression and said he was conducting an experiment to see how long it would take for different foods to completely decompose under controlled conditions. He said it was fascinating to observe the various stages of bacterial breakdown and mould formation. I thought he was joking at first, but Dave went on to explain his research methodology and how he was documenting the decomposition process with photos and notes. He seemed genuinely excited about his disgusting science project. When I pointed out that the smell was making it difficult for anyone else to use the refrigerator, Dave said that real scientific discovery required some sacrifices and that people should be more interested in learning about natural processes. Over the next month, Dave's experiment expanded. He started bringing in additional containers with different food combinations to test various decomposition rates. Our refrigerator became his personal laboratory for studying organic decay. The smell became absolutely unbearable. People stopped bringing lunch from home because they couldn't stand to open the fridge. Some employees started eating out every day rather than deal with the biohazard Dave had created. Multiple people complained to Dave directly about his rotten food experiments, but he always had the same response about scientific curiosity and the importance of understanding natural processes. He acted like we were all anti-intellectual for not appreciating his research. The situation reached a crisis point when someone opened the fridge and found that one of Dave's containers had leaked rotten liquid all over the shelves. The entire refrigerator had to be professionally cleaned and sanitized before anyone confronted Dave about the management buy could use it again. When a hazard he'd created, he tried to frame it as an educational opportunity for the entire office. He said people could learn valuable lessons about food safety and bacterial growth by observing his experiments. HR had to explicitly ban unauthorized food experiments and require all employees to remove their items from the refrigerator within 1 week. Dave seemed genuinely disappointed that his research project was being shut down for what he called bureaucratic reasons. He finally cleaned out his mouldy containers, but kept making comments about how our office culture didn't support scientific innovation and curiosity. He acted like removing rotten food was somehow stifling his intellectual development. That story is over. The complete transformation of the office fridge into a personal petri dish is truly remarkable. Dave managed to convince himself that creating a biohazard was actually advancing human knowledge, while his co-workers couldn't eat lunch without gagging. Some people really will justify anything if they frame it as educational research. Moving on to someone who discovered that some managers think weddings are just elaborate parties that can be rescheduled. My manager scheduled me to work on my wedding day, even after I submitted time off months in advance. I work at a retail store where getting time off requires submitting requests well ahead of time, especially for major events or holidays. The scheduling system is supposed to be first come, first served for time off requests, as long as you follow proper procedures. When I got engaged 8 months ago, the very first thing I did was submit a formal time off request for my wedding day, and the following day for a mini honeymoon. I filled out all the paperwork, got approval signatures, and received written confirmation that my request had been accepted. My manager Linda acknowledged the request and even congratulated me on the engagement. She said she understood how important the day would be and that she'd make sure to arrange adequate coverage for my shifts during that time. Over the following months, I reminded Linda about my upcoming wedding whenever she was creating new schedules. I wanted to make sure there were no misunderstandings or forgotten details that could create problems as the date approached. 3 weeks before my wedding, Linda posted the schedule for that week, and I was shocked to see my name listed for a double shift on my wedding day. I immediately went to her office thinking there must be some kind of mistake or computer error. When I showed Linda the approved time off request and pointed out the scheduling conflict, she looked at me like I was being unreasonable. She said the store was going to be short-staffed that week and that everyone needed to be flexible about their personal plans. I explained that this wasn't a casual personal plan. It was my wedding day that had been planned and booked for months. I reminded her that she'd approved the time off request and that I had written documentation of the approval. Linda's response was that weddings weren't that important in the grand scheme of things and that people get married all the time. She said that truly dedicated employees would understand when business needs had to take priority over personal celebrations. She suggested that I could reschedule my wedding for a different day when the store's staffing situation was less critical. She said that flexible employees who were willing to adjust their personal lives for work demands were the ones who got promoted and advanced their careers. I was absolutely floored by her suggestion that I should reschedule my wedding to accommodate a retail shift. The venue was booked, invitations had been sent, guests were travelling from out of state, and vendors were contracted for that date specific. When I explained the impossibility of changing the wedding date, Linda said that maybe I should have considered the store's needs before making such elaborate personal plans. She acted like planning a wedding was somehow inconsiderate to my employer. Linda then offered what she thought was a reasonable compromise. She said I could work the morning shift, leave for a few hours to get married, then come back for the evening shift. She seemed to think this showed flexibility on her part. I told her that working on my wedding day wasn't an option, regardless of how the shifts were arranged. I had legally protected time off that had been approved months in advance, and I wouldn't be coming to work that day under any circumstances. Linda got angry and said that my attitude was exactly why young people couldn't be trusted with important responsibilities. She said that previous generations understood the value of hard work and didn't expect special treatment for personal events. I contacted HR about the scheduling conflict and provided documentation of my approved time off request. HR confirmed that Linda couldn't force me to work on approved vacation days and that the schedule would need to be corrected immediately. When HR ordered Linda to honour my approved time off, she became passive-aggressive about the whole situation. She made comments about how some people's personal lives were more important than their job responsibilities and how disappointing it was when employees weren't team players. The wedding was beautiful, and I had an amazing day celebrating with my family and friends. When I returned to work, Linda continued making snide remarks about employees who put personal celebrations ahead of workplace commitments. That story is over. The casual suggestion to reschedule an entire wedding around a retail shift shows a level of workplace entitlement that defies comprehension. Linda really thought marriage ceremonies should be planned around minimum wage scheduling needs. At least HR understands the difference between approved vacation time and optional personal plans. Let's continue with someone whose co-worker apparently thought gossip was a legitimate career advancement strategy. My co-worker spread rumours that I was getting fired while I was sitting right at my desk. I work in a busy marketing office where information travels fast and workplace gossip can seriously impact people's reputations and career prospects. Most people try to keep personal speculation to themselves rather than spreading unverified information about their colleagues. My co-worker Jennifer has always been the type of person who thrives on drama and seems to know everyone's business before they know it themselves. She's constantly whispering with different people about office politics, relationship rumors, and speculation about who might be getting promoted or fired. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that Jennifer was having more hushed conversations than usual with various co-workers. She would stop talking whenever I walked by and give me these sympathetic looks that made me wonder what was going on. Then people started treating me differently. Colleagues who normally chatted with me during breaks became awkward and distant. Some people seemed to be avoiding me entirely, while others would give me these pitying glances like something terrible was about to happen. I finally cornered my work friend Sarah and asked her directly what was going on. She seemed uncomfortable, but eventually told me that Jennifer had been telling people I was about to be fired for poor performance and attitude problems. According to Jennifer's version of events, management had been documenting my mistakes and building a case to terminate my employment. She claimed to have inside information about HR meetings and disciplinary actions that were supposedly in progress. The rumours were incredibly specific and detailed. Jennifer was telling people that I'd missed important deadlines, received multiple client complaints, and been written up for insubordination. None of these things had actually happened, but the specificity made her seem credible. Sarah's stories said that Jennifer had been spreading these rumours for weeks, always emphasising how sad she was about the situation and how much she'd miss working with me. She was positioning herself as the sympathetic friend who was trying to prepare everyone for my inevitable departure. The most ridiculous part was that Jennifer was spreading these termination rumours while I was sitting at my desk doing my normal work. She'd walk past me having whispered conversations about my supposed firing while I was clearly still employed and performing my regular job duties. I decided to confront Jennifer directly about the false rumours. When I asked her why she was telling people I was getting fired, she acted completely innocent and claimed she was just sharing information she'd heard from reliable sources. She said she was actually trying to help me by giving people advance notice so they could be supportive during this difficult transition. She framed her gossip as compassionate preparation for my colleagues rather than the malicious rumour spreading it actually was. When I pointed out that none of her claims were true and that I hadn't received any disciplinary actions or negative feedback, Jennifer said that maybe I wasn't aware of all the behind-the-scenes discussions happening about my performance. She suggested that management might not have informed me yet about their concerns and that she was just passing along information from people who were trying to give me a heads up about potential problems. I went to HR straight to report Jennifer's false rumours and ask about my actual employment status. HR confirmed that there were no disciplinary issues, no performance problems, and absolutely no plans to terminate my employment. When HR confronted Jennifer about spreading false information about my job security, she claimed it was all a misunderstanding and that she'd been trying to be helpful by sharing concerns she'd heard from unnamed sources. HR made it clear that spreading unverified rumours about colleagues' employment status created a hostile work environment and could be grounds for disciplinary action if it continued. Jennifer stopped her termination rumours after the HR meeting, but she continued making vague comments about office politics and how quickly things could change in our industry. She seemed disappointed that her dramatic predictions hadn't come true. That story is over. The psychological warfare of spreading termination rumours while sitting 3 feet away from your target is truly next-level workplace manipulation. Jennifer created weeks of anxiety and damaged relationships based on pure fiction while acting like she was being helpful. Some people really get their entertainment from watching others suffer through completely fabricated crises. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought 2 a.m. was a perfectly reasonable time for urgent work discussions. My boss called me at 2 a.m. for urgent work that turned out to be printing copies for a meeting in 2 days. I work at a consulting firm where we occasionally have genuine emergencies that require immediate attention from senior staff members. True urgent situations are rare, but when they happen, everyone understands that sometimes work can't wait until normal business hours. My manager Kevin has always been somewhat disorganized and prone to last-minute panic routine tasks, but he generally keeps his scheduling issues contained to regular work hours. I'd never received after-hours calls from him except for legitimate about emergencies. Last Tuesday night, my phone started asleep when mine was sound ringing at 2:17 assumed the morning. I immediately therein must be some kind of crisis, major client emergency, or urgent deadline that required immediate action. Kevin's voice on the phone sounded stressed and frantic as he explained that he needed my help with something extremely couldn't wait until morning. He said he'd been working late trying to prepare for an important client urgent that meeting and had encountered a critical issue. I got out of bed, put on clothes, and prepared to either come into the office or handle whatever emergency Kevin was dealing with from home. I was fully awake and ready to address whatever crisis had prompted a middle-of-the-night phone call. Kevin explained that he needed me to come into the office immediately to help him prepare materials for a crucial client presentation. He said the meeting was extremely important and that we couldn't afford to be unprepared for such a significant business opportunity. When I asked about the specific nature of the emergency and what materials needed to be prepared at 2 a.m., Kevin said he needed help printing and organising copies of presentation slides and supporting documents for the client meeting. I was confused about why printing documents constituted a middle-of-the-night emergency, so I asked when the client meeting was scheduled. Kevin said it was Thursday afternoon, which meant we had over 2 full business days to handle the printing and preparation. I pointed out that printing copies for a meeting in 2 days didn't seem like the kind of urgent emergency that required waking people up in the middle of the night. Kevin got defensive and said that proper preparation was crucial for client success. He insisted that dedicated employees would understand the importance of being thoroughly prepared and that cutting corners on presentation materials could damage our professional reputation with important clients. When I suggested that we could easily handle the printing and document preparation during normal business hours over the next 2 days, Kevin said that procrastination was unprofessional and that successful people didn't leave important tasks until the last minute. I told Kevin that I would be happy to help with presentation preparation first thing in the morning, but that I wouldn't be coming into the office at 2 a.m. to print documents for a meeting that was still 2 days away. Kevin became angry and accused me of not being committed to client success and professional excellence. He said that employees who truly cared about their careers would be willing to sacrifice sleep for important business opportunities. The next morning, I arrived at the office early and found Kevin at his desk surrounded by printed presentation materials. He'd apparently spent several hours during the night printing and organising documents that could have been completed in 30 minutes during regular business hours. When I asked why he'd felt compelled to handle routine printing tasks in the middle of the night, Kevin said he'd been too anxious about the upcoming meeting to sleep and decided to be productive with his time. Several co-workers called that Kevin had also mentioned them during the night with similar urgent printing requests. Most people had ignored the calls or refused to come in, leaving Kevin to handle his self-created emergency alone. I spoke with HR about Kevin's inappropriate after-hours calls for non-emergency work tasks. HR reminded all managers about proper protocols for contacting employees outside of business hours and specified that true emergencies didn't include routine administrative tasks. Kevin continues to be disorganized and prone to last-minute panic, but he stopped making middle-of-the-night phone calls about printing and document preparation. He still creates unnecessary stress for himself by procrastinating on routine tasks, but now he handles it during appropriate hours. That story's over. The transformation of basic printing tasks into a 2 a.m. emergency shows how some people's poor planning becomes else everyone's crisis. Kevin's inability to distinguish between genuine urgency and his own procrastination anxiety created a nightmare situation for his entire team. At least HR understands that printing copies isn't actually a life or death emergency requiring sleep deprivation. Let's move to someone who discovered that some co-workers think workplace safety is optional when they're having fun. My co-worker showed up drunk to every shift, and management looks the other way until he nearly injured someone. I work at a warehouse where operating heavy machinery and moving large shipments requires constant attention and coordination between team members. Safety protocols are supposedly taken very seriously because even minor mistakes can result in serious injuries or property damage. My co-worker Brad has always been a heavy drinker, but initially he seemed to keep his personal habits separate from work responsibilities. He'd make jokes about his weekend adventures and occasionally mention hangovers, but his job performance seemed adequate during his first few months. Gradually, I started noticing that Brad smelled like alcohol during morning shifts. It was subtle at first, just a faint odour that could have been left over from the night before, but it became increasingly obvious that he was showing up to work under the influence. Brad's behaviour during shifts became more concerning as his drinking problem escalated. He'd be unusually loud and giggly, make poor decisions about equipment operation, and seem generally unfocused on safety procedures that required careful attention. Several times, I watched Brad operate forklifts and other machinery while clearly impaired. His movements were slower and less precise than they'd make judgment should have been, and he had errors that could have resulted in accidents if other workers hadn't been paying attention. When I mentioned Brad's drinking to our supervisor Jim, he brushed off my concerns and said that Brad was just a fun-loving guy who liked to have a good time. Jim seemed to think that as long as Brad was completing his basic tasks, his alcohol consumption wasn't a workplace issue. Other co-workers started noticing Brad's intoxication as well, but management continued to ignore the obvious safety hazard he was creating. Jim would joke about Brad being a party animal and act like showing up drunk was just part of his colourful personality. The situation escalated when Brad started bringing alcohol to work and drinking during breaks. He'd have beer or liquor in his locker and would consume it during lunch hour, returning to operate heavy machinery while actively intoxicated. Multiple employees complained to management about Brad's drinking and the safety risks it was creating for everyone in the warehouse. We pointed out that impaired equipment operation could result in serious injuries or fatalities if something went wrong. Jim's response was always the same dismissive attitude about Brad being harmless and fun-loving. He said that some people just had different personalities and that we should be more tolerant of individual differences rather than trying to control other people's behaviour. The breaking point came when Brad was operating a forklift while visibly drunk and nearly dropped a heavy pallet on another worker. The co-worker had to jump out of the way to avoid being crushed by the falling shipment, and several people witnessed the close call. Brad seemed completely unaware that he'd almost caused a serious injury. He was laughing and joking about the incident, while the worker he'd nearly hurt was shaking from the adrenaline and fear of what could have happened. That near-miss accident finally forced management to take action. Corporate was notified about the safety incident, and Brad was immediately suspended pending an investigation into his workplace alcohol use and the dangers it had created. The investigation revealed that supervisors had been aware of Brad's drinking problem for months, but had chosen to ignore it rather than address the safety concerns it created. Jim was demoted for failing to maintain appropriate workplace safety standards. Brad was terminated for violating company policies about substance use and creating dangerous conditions for his co-workers. The warehouse implemented stricter policies about monitoring employee sobriety and responding to safety concerns. Several employees mentioned that they'd been afraid to work near Brad for weeks, but hadn't felt like management would take their safety concerns seriously. The incident highlighted how dangerous it can be when supervisors prioritize personal relationships over workplace safety protocols. That story is over. The casual acceptance of drunk forklift operation until someone nearly died shows how broken some workplace safety cultures really are. Jim treated serious substance abuse like amusing personality quirks, while everyone else lived in fear of being crushed by impaired equipment operators. Sometimes it takes a near-death experience to force management to acknowledge obvious dangers they should have addressed months earlier. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought chairs were luxury items that employees needed to earn. My boss refused to provide chairs for employees and said standing 8 hours was good for discipline. I work at a small retail clothing store where the days are long and the customer traffic is constant. Most retail jobs are tough on your feet, but at least you usually get a brief moment to sit down during slow periods or when you're processing inventory in the back room. When our new manager David took over about 6 months ago, one of his first changes was removing all the stools and chairs that employees had been using during quiet moments throughout their shifts. He said that sitting while on the clock looked unprofessional to customers and that dedicated workers should be able to stand for their entire shift. I pointed out that we were required to work 8-hour shifts with only a 30-minute break, which meant standing for 7.5 hours straight on hard concrete floors. David said that standing builds character and that employees in other countries work much longer hours under more difficult conditions. When several of us mentioned that our feet and backs were killing us by the end of our shifts, David suggested we invest in better shoes and focus on developing mental toughness. He said that people who complained about standing were probably just not cut out for retail work. The situation got worse when David noticed that some employees were leaning against counters or walls during slow periods. He implemented a new policy requiring us to remain standing upright at all times while on the floor, claiming that leaning looked lazy to customers. He started doing random checks throughout the day, walking around the store to make sure nobody was sitting, leaning, or even shifting their weight in ways he deemed inappropriate. If he caught someone not standing perfectly upright, he'd give them a lecture about professionalism and work ethic. Several employees developed serious foot and back problems from standing on concrete for 8 hours without any relief. When people requested doctor's notes about the physical strain, David said that medical accommodations were for people with real disabilities, not for healthy adults who simply didn't want to stand. One co-worker actually fainted during her shift from the combination of being on her feet all day and not being allowed to sit down, even briefly. David's response was that she should have eaten a better breakfast and stayed more hydrated, rather than blaming the standing policy for her health issues. Multiple employees complained to corporate about the no-sitting policy and the physical strain it was creating. We pointed out that other retail stores allowed brief sitting periods and that requiring 8 hours of continuous standing was causing actual health problems. Corporate eventually overruled David's policy and required him to provide appropriate seating options for employee breaks and slow periods. They said that employee health and safety had to take priority over his personal opinions about standing and discipline. David was clearly frustrated by corporate's decision and continued making comments about how modern workers were soft and entitled compared to previous generations, who understood the value of hard physical labour. That story is over. The idea that chairs are somehow a character weakness rather than basic human comfort shows a level of management sadism that's hard to fathom. David literally turned retail work into an endurance contest where fainting was preferable to appearing lazy. Some people really shouldn't be trusted with any authority over other human beings. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their co-worker thought customer flirtation was an art form. My co-worker flirted with every male customer and blamed me when complaints came in. I work at a busy coffee shop where customer service and maintaining a professional atmosphere are crucial for repeat business. Most of our customers are regulars who come in daily for their caffeine fix before work, so building positive relationships while keeping things appropriate is important. My co-worker Ashley started working here about 4 months ago and initially seemed friendly and outgoing with customers. She had good energy and people responded well to her bubbly personality, which I thought would be great for tips and customer satisfaction. But gradually I noticed that Ashley's customer interactions were becoming increasingly flirtatious, especially with male customers. She'd laugh excessively at their jokes, touch their arms when taking orders, and make personal comments about their appearance or clothing that went way beyond normal friendly service. With attractive male customers, Ashley would lean over the counter, bat her eyelashes, and engage in extended personal conversations that created long lines and frustrated other waiting customers. She'd write her phone number on coffee cups and make comments about how handsome certain regulars were. Several female customers started complaining about Ashley's behaviour, saying it made them uncomfortable to watch her openly flirt with their husbands or boyfriends right in front of them. Some couples stopped coming in together because the wives were tired of watching Ashley fawn over their spouses. When I tried to talk to Ashley about keeping customer interactions more professional, she said she was just being friendly and that people appreciated good customer service. She claimed that her personality brought in more business and higher tips than anyone else's boring approach. The situation escalated when Ashley started giving her personal social media information to male customers and inviting them to hang out after her shifts. She'd make plans to meet customers at bars or other venues, completely crossing the line between professional service and personal relationships. Multiple customers complained to management about Ashley's inappropriate behaviour. Some said they felt uncomfortable bringing their girlfriends or wives to the coffee shop because Ashley would ignore the women entirely and focus all her attention on their male companions. One particularly awkward incident involved Ashley openly hitting on a customer while his wife and young children were standing right next to him. The wife was visibly upset and the man looked mortified by Ashley's aggressive flirtation in front of his family. When management spoke to Ashley about the customer complaints, she denied any inappropriate behaviour and claimed that jealous female customers were just upset that their boyfriends enjoyed talking to her. She said she couldn't help it if she had a naturally charming personality. Then Ashley started blaming me for the complaints, telling management that I was the one making customers uncomfortable with my unfriendly attitude and poor customer service skills. She said that customers had told her I seemed cold and unwelcoming compared to her warm, engaging approach. She claimed that I was jealous of her popularity with customers and was trying to sabotage her reputation by encouraging people to complain about her friendliness. Ashley framed the customer complaints as my vindictive attempt to get her in trouble. Management initially seemed confused about who was actually causing the customer service problems. Ashley was very convincing when she presented herself as the victim of workplace jealousy and portrayed me as the real source of customer dissatisfaction. The truth finally came out when a regular customer specifically requested that Ashley not serve him anymore because her constant flirtation made him uncomfortable. He said he just wanted to buy coffee without feeling like he was being hit on by the staff. Ashley was eventually fired after several more customers made formal complaints about her inappropriate behaviour and unprofessional conduct. She continued claiming that she was being persecuted for being friendly and attractive. That story is over. The weaponizing of friendly customer service to justify workplace harassment is genuinely disturbing. Ashley turned the coffee shop into her personal dating service while making everyone else uncomfortable. The fact that she tried to frame legitimate complaints as jealousy shows how manipulative some people become when their inappropriate behaviour gets called out. Moving on to someone whose manager apparently thought bodily functions were optional during work hours. My manager banned bathroom breaks and required us to clock out if we needed the restroom. I work at a busy call centre where we're expected to be available to take customer calls throughout our shifts. The work is demanding and the call volume is constant, but most places understand that employees have basic human needs that can't be scheduled around business operations. Our new supervisor, Maria, implemented what she called efficiency improvements about 3 months ago. She said that too much time was being wasted on unnecessary breaks and that we needed to maximize our availability for customer service calls. Maria's first policy change was requiring employees to request permission before using the bathroom. She said this would help her track break patterns and ensure adequate phone coverage at all times. Initially, this seemed like a reasonable way to coordinate breaks during busy periods, but Maria's bathroom policy quickly became more restrictive and invasive. She started timing how long people spent in the restroom and questioning anyone who took longer than 5 minutes. She acted like bathroom breaks were personal time that shouldn't be compensated by the company. The policy escalated when Maria announced that bathroom breaks would need to be clocked out as unpaid time since they weren't considered part of customer service duties. She told us that employees who needed frequent bathroom breaks were essentially stealing company time. She installed a sign-out sheet by the bathroom door where employees had to write their name, time out, and time back in for every restroom visit. Maria would review these sheets daily and make comments about people who had too many bathroom breaks or spent too long away from their desks. Several employees tried to explain that bathroom needs can't always be predicted or controlled, especially during 8-hour shifts with minimal break time. Maria said that proper planning and personal discipline could minimize the need for unscheduled bathroom visits. When someone mentioned that denying bathroom breaks could be illegal and potentially dangerous for people with medical conditions, Maria said that employees with legitimate medical needs could provide doctor's notes documenting their bathroom requirements. The situation became ridiculous when Maria started denying bathroom break requests during busy call periods. She'd tell people they had to wait until call volume decreased, sometimes forcing employees to hold it for hours while handling customer service calls. One employee had an accident at her desk because Maria wouldn't allow her to use the bathroom during a high call period. The employee was mortified and had to leave work early to deal with the humiliation of the situation Maria had created. Multiple people complained to HR about the bathroom policy and the health risks it was creating. We pointed out that access to restroom facilities was a basic human right that shouldn't be subject to management approval or time restrictions. HR immediately overruled Maria's bathroom policies and reminded her that employees must have reasonable access to restroom facilities without having to clock out or request permission for basic bodily functions. Maria seemed genuinely confused about why her efficiency improvements were being reversed and continued making comments about employees taking advantage of company time for personal needs that should be handled during unpaid break periods. That story is over. The transformation of basic human biology into a time theft conspiracy shows a level of control freak behavior that belongs in a dystopian novel, not a workplace. Maria literally tried to monetize people's bladders while creating health hazards and workplace humiliation. Sometimes managers forget that employees are human beings, not customer service robots. Let's continue with someone who learned that some co-workers think sharing is just another word for theft. My co-worker constantly stole my pens and notebooks, then laughed when I confronted him about it. I work in a busy accounting office where everyone needs basic supplies like pens, calculators, and notebooks to do their jobs effectively. The company provides general office supplies, but most people also bring personal items that they prefer for their daily work. My co-worker Jake has this habit of wandering around the office and borrowing things from other people's desks without asking permission. At first it seemed harmless enough, maybe grabbing a pen when his ran out of ink or using someone's stapler for a quick task. But Jake's borrowing became more systematic and permanent. He'd take pens from my desk and never return them. He'd grab my notebooks and use them for his own projects. He'd even take personal items like my coffee mug or desk organizers and relocate them to his workspace. When I'd notice my supplies were missing and find them on Jake's desk, he'd act like it was completely normal. He'd say things like, "Oh, I needed a pen," or "I hope you don't mind, I borrowed your notebook," as if taking someone's personal property without asking was just standard office behaviour. I tried leaving extra supplies on my desk so Jake could borrow things without taking the specific items I was actively using. But he'd still gravitate toward my personal pens and notebooks. Even Next were available, right when identical items to them. The situation got more frustrating when Jake started taking supplies that I'd specifically purchased for myself. I had a set of nice gel pens that I'd bought with my own money, and Jake would help himself to them whenever he felt like it, often not returning them for weeks. When days or I asked Jake to please ask before taking my things, he laughed and said, "That's what friends are for, right? Sharing is caring." He acted like my request for basic courtesy was unreasonable and uptight. Jake's definition of sharing was entirely one-sided. He'd take my supplies constantly, but never offered to share his own materials or replace the items he'd used up. It was less like sharing and more like him my desk treating as his personal supply store. The breaking point came when Jake took my expensive calculator that I'd brought from home and left it in the break room where someone else picked it up. When I asked him about it, he said he'd thought it was a company calculator and hadn't realised it was my personal property. I started keeping my personal supplies locked in my desk drawer, but Jake would ask to borrow my key or try to get me to unlock the drawer so he could access my materials. He acted like my attempt to protect my own property was selfish and uncooperative. When I complained to our supervisor about Jake's constant appropriation of my supplies, Jake claimed that I was being territorial and uncollegial. He said that good co-workers should be willing to share resources and that my attitude was damaging team morale. Our supervisor suggested that maybe we could establish some guidelines about borrowing supplies and returning them promptly. But Jake continued taking my things while paying lip service to the new sharing protocols. The situation only improved when I stopped bringing any personal supplies to work and relied entirely on basic company-provided materials. Jake moved on to appropriating other people's belongings since my desk was no longer a source of interesting items to borrow. That story is over. The casual rebranding of theft as friendship sharing is such a classic manipulation tactic. Jake basically established a one-way supply pipeline from everyone else's desk to his while acting like basic respect for personal property was somehow antisocial. Some people really think people's belongings exist for their convenience. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought natural disasters were just scheduling inconveniences. My boss expected me to work during a hurricane evacuation, and the office closed an hour after I arrived. I work at an insurance claims processing center in Florida, where hurricane season is always a concern, but most employers understand that employee safety comes before business operations during severe weather events. Hurricane Isabel was upgraded to a Category 3 storm and was heading directly toward our area. Local authorities issued mandatory evacuation orders for our county, and most businesses announced closures to allow employees to secure their homes and evacuate safely. My boss, Richard, sent an email to all staff saying that we needed to maintain normal operations until the storm actually hit. He said that insurance claims processing was essential work and that customers would need our services more than ever during the hurricane recovery period. I called Richard to ask about the evacuation orders and whether we'd be closing the office to allow for the storm. He said that dedicated employees to prepared employees would find ways to fulfill their work responsibilities regardless of weather conditions. Richard claimed that previous generations had worked through much worse conditions and that modern workers were too quick to use weather as an excuse to avoid their job duties. He said that truly committed employees would prioritize their professional responsibilities over minor inconveniences like hurricane preparations. When I pointed out that mandatory evacuation meant we were legally required to leave the area, Richard said that voluntary compliance with government suggestions was different from actual legal obligations. He seemed to think evacuation orders were just recommendations that dedicated workers could ignore. I made the dangerous decision to drive to work during the early stages of the hurricane because I couldn't afford to lose my job. The roads were already flooding, and debris was flying everywhere as wind speeds increased throughout the morning. By the time I arrived at the office, the parking lot was nearly empty, and several windows were already cracked from flying debris. The few employees who had shown up looked terrified and kept weather-checking updates on their phones. Richard seemed proud that some staff members had demonstrated their commitment by showing up despite the dangerous conditions. He made comments about separating the truly dedicated employees from the fair-weather workers who prioritise personal safety over professional duties. Within an hour of my arrival, the power went out, and emergency services announced that anyone still in the evacuation zone needed to seek immediate shelter. The hurricane had intensified faster than predicted and was creating life-threatening conditions. Richard finally announced that we were closing the office and that everyone should evacuate immediately. He acted like this was a sudden change in circumstances rather than the predictable outcome that weather services had been warning about for days. The drive home was absolutely terrifying. Trees were falling across roads, power lines were down everywhere, and floodwater was rising rapidly in low-lying areas. Several times I wasn't sure I'd make it home safely because of the dangerous conditions Richard had forced me to drive through. When we returned to work after the hurricane passed, Richard made no acknowledgement of the unnecessary danger he put employees in by requiring them to work during a mandatory evacuation. He acted like everything had been handled appropriately. Several employees filed complaints with corporate about Richard's decision to keep the office open during dangerous weather conditions. Corporate implemented new policies requiring automatic closure when local authorities issue evacuation orders. That story is over. The complete disregard for employee safety during a literal natural disaster shows a level of corporate sociopathy that's genuinely frightening. Richard treated hurricane evacuations like snow day excuses while putting people's lives at risk for absolutely no business benefit. Sometimes managers lose all perspective about what actually constitutes essential work versus basic human survival. Let's move to someone whose co-worker thought teamwork meant taking all the credit. My co-worker always took credit for team success, while blaming others for any failures. I work on a project management team where collaboration is essential and individual contributions often blend together to create successful outcomes. Most people understand that team success belongs to everyone, and that taking sole credit for group efforts is unprofessional. My co-worker Derek has this remarkable ability to position himself as the hero of every successful project, while somehow avoiding responsibility whenever things go wrong. He's mastered the art of being visible during victories and invisible during defeats. During team meetings where we discuss project successes, Derek would inevitably find ways to highlight his specific contributions while minimizing everyone else's involvement. He'd use phrases like, "when I implemented this strategy," or "my approach to this problem," even when describing collaborative efforts. Derek had a talent for rewriting history in ways that made him appear more central to successful outcomes than he actually was. He'd take credit for ideas that had emerged from group brainstorming sessions or solutions that other team members had developed and implemented. When presenting project results to upper management, Derek would volunteer to be the spokesperson and would frame the achievements in ways that emphasized his leadership and vision. He'd mention other team members only in passing, while focusing on his own strategic thinking and execution. The most frustrating part was that Derek's credit grabbing was subtle enough that managers didn't immediately recognize what was happening. He'd acknowledge the team's hard work in general terms, while specifically detailing his own contributions and decision-making process. But when projects encountered problems or missed deadlines, Derek's approach completely changed. Suddenly he'd emphasize how collaborative the process had been and how difficult it was to control all the variables when working with large teams. During post-mortem meetings about project failures, Derek would diplomatically suggest that perhaps certain team members hadn't fully understood their responsibilities or had struggled with the complexity of their assigned tasks. He'd never directly blame individuals, but would imply that execution had fallen short of the strategic vision. Derek became an expert at documenting his own contributions while remaining vague about his involvement in problematic decisions. His project reports would detail his successful initiatives while describing failures as collective challenges that had emerged despite strong leadership. Upper management started viewing Derek as the most reliable and effective member of our team because he was always associated with positive outcomes and seemed to have insights about why other projects struggled. His reputation grew while the rest of us became seen as less competent contributors. The pattern became so obvious that team members started keeping detailed records of who actually contributed what to each project. We began documenting Derek's real involvement versus his claimed responsibility for various successes and failures. When we presented this documentation to management, they were surprised to learn how different Derek's actual contributions were from his reported involvement in successful projects. The evidence showed a clear pattern of credit appropriation and blame deflection. Derek was eventually transferred to a different department where his individual contributions could be more easily tracked and measured. His new role required specific deliverables that couldn't be attributed to team collaboration or shared among multiple contributors. That story is over. The surgical precision required to extract credit from team success while deflecting all blame for failures shows a level of workplace manipulation that's truly impressive in its calculated selfishness. Derek turned collaboration into his personal reputation laundering service, while his teammates became unwitting contributors to his career advancement. Some people really master the art of looking successful without actually being successful. Moving on to someone whose manager apparently thought surveillance was a management strategy. My manager constantly watched us through security cameras and would text criticisms in real time. I work at a retail store where security cameras are normal for theft prevention and general safety monitoring. Most managers use camera systems appropriately, checking them occasionally or reviewing footage when specific incidents occur. My manager, Sandra, took security monitoring to an entirely different level. She'd spend hours in her office watching live feeds from the store cameras and micromanaging employees' every movement through text messages and intercom announcements. Sandra would text me things like, "Why are you leaning on the counter?" Or, "You've been standing in the same spot for 3 minutes," while I was actively helping customers or organising merchandise. She'd watch the cameras obsessively and comment on every aspect of our behaviour. If I stopped to tie my shoe or adjust my clothing, Sandra would immediately send a message asking why I wasn't actively engaged in productive work activities. She treated any moment that wasn't visibly productive as evidence of laziness or time theft. The constant surveillance created this atmosphere where everyone felt like they were being watched and judged continuously. We'd catch ourselves looking up at the cameras and wondering if Sandra was analysing our posture or facial expressions at that exact moment. Sandra would critique everything from how we held our phones during breaks to the speed at which we walked between different areas of the store. She'd send messages about our customer interaction techniques while we were in the middle of helping people. During slow periods when there weren't many customers, Sandra would text suggestions about tasks we could be doing instead of standing idle. She'd watch us through the cameras and direct us to specific areas that needed attention or organisation. The most unsettling part was that Sandra would reference things she'd seen on the cameras during in-person conversations. She'd mention how we'd handled specific customer interactions or comment on our behaviour during times when we thought no one was watching. Sandra started using the camera footage to evaluate our performance and make scheduling decisions. She'd review recordings to determine who deserved more hours based on their observed work ethic and customer service quality. Multiple employees complained about the excessive surveillance and the uncomfortable feeling of being constantly monitored and critiqued. We pointed out that the constant criticism was affecting our ability to focus on actual customer service. Some people started quitting because they couldn't handle the pressure of being watched and judged continuously. The turnover rate increased significantly as employees found jobs where they weren't under constant video surveillance. When corporates investigated the employee complaints, they found that Sandra was spending more time watching cameras than actually managing store operations. Her obsessive monitoring was creating a hostile work environment that was driving away good employees. Sandra was required to attend management training about appropriate use of security systems and establishing trust with employees. She was told that cameras should be used for security purposes, not for micromanaging staff behaviour. The surveillance intensity decreased after corporate intervention, but Sandra continued making comments that suggested she was still watching us closely through the camera system. The damage to employee morale had already been done. That story is over. The transformation of security cameras into a real-time criticism delivery system shows how technology can enable the worst impulses in controlling managers. Sandra basically turned the workplace into a panopticon, where every movement was subject to immediate judgment and correction. Some people really shouldn't be trusted with surveillance equipment. Let's continue with someone who discovered that tip theft comes in many creative forms. My co-worker constantly stole tips from the communal jar and claimed it was fair because she worked the register. I work at a busy coffee shop where tips are pooled and shared equally among all staff members at the end of each shift. The system works well because everyone contributes to the customer experience, from making drinks to cleaning tables to handling transactions. My co-worker Rachel worked primarily as a cashier, taking orders and processing payments, while the rest of us prepared drinks and maintained the shop. She had the most direct contact with customers during transactions, but everyone's work contributed to the overall service quality that generated tips. I started noticing that our tip totals seemed lower than expected during busy shifts when Rachel was working the register. The discrepancy wasn't dramatic enough to be immediately obvious, but over time it became clear that money was disappearing from the tip jar. Rachel had easy access to the tip jar since it sat right next to the cash register where she worked throughout her shifts. She could easily palm bills or coins without other staff members noticing, especially during busy periods when everyone was focused on their tasks. When I mentioned the lower tip amounts to other co-workers, several people said they'd noticed the same pattern. Tips were consistently higher during shifts when Rachel wasn't working and lower when she was handling the register. We decided to start paying more attention to the tip jar during Rachel's shifts, and sure enough, we caught her taking money out of it multiple times. She'd wait until other employees were busy with customers or cleaning tasks, then quickly grab bills from the jar. When we confronted Rachel about stealing tips, she denied it initially and acted offended that we would accuse her of theft. She said she'd never taken money that didn't belong to her and that maybe we were miscounting or misremembering the tip amounts. But when we told her we'd actually witnessed her taking money from the jar, Rachel changed her story. She said that since she was the one interacting with customers and processing their payments, she deserved a larger share of the tips than other employees. Rachel claimed that cashiers at most places get to keep the tips that customers give them directly, and that our pooling system was unfair to people who had the most customer contact. She said she was just taking what she rightfully deserved. She argued that making drinks was easier than handling customer service and money transactions, so the people doing the more challenging work should receive more of the tip money. Rachel presented her theft as a correction to an inequitable distribution system. When management found out about Rachel's tip stealing, she continued insisting that her actions were justified by the nature of her job responsibilities. She said she'd never agreed to the tip pooling arrangement and thought individual employees should keep their own tips. Management explained that tip pooling was clearly outlined in our employee handbook and that taking money from the communal jar was theft regardless of her personal opinions about fair distribution. Rachel was terminated for stealing from co-workers and violating company policies about tip handling. She continued claiming that she was being unfairly punished for trying to correct an unjust system that didn't properly compensate cashiers. Several employees mentioned that they'd suspected Rachel of taking tips for weeks, but hadn't wanted to accuse someone without solid proof. The theft had been affecting everyone's income, while Rachel justified it as workplace equity. That story's over. The creative reframing of theft as wage justice shows how people can convince themselves that stealing is actually righteous correction of unfair systems. Rachel basically robbed her co-workers while presenting herself as a victim of tip distribution inequality. Sometimes, the most elaborate justifications are just cover stories for simple greed. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought job training and employment termination should happen simultaneously. My boss made me train my replacement, then fired me immediately afterward. I had been working as an administrative assistant at a mid-sized law firm for about 3 years. My performance reviews had always been positive, and I'd received regular raises and increasing responsibilities over my time there. About 2 months ago, my boss Jennifer told me that we were getting a new employee who would be helping with some of the administrative workload. She said the office was growing and that having additional support would benefit everyone by reducing individual stress levels. Jennifer asked me to take the lead on training the new hire, explaining that my experience and knowledge of our systems made me the ideal person to bring someone up to speed quickly. I was flattered by her confidence in my abilities and happy to help expand our team. The new employee, Marcus, seemed competent and eager to learn. I spent 2 weeks walking him through all of our procedures, introducing him to clients, showing him how to use our case management software, and explaining the specific preferences of each attorney in the firm. I created detailed training materials and checklists to help Marcus remember all the processes and protocols I was teaching him. I wanted to make sure he had everything he needed to be successful in his new role and contribute effectively to our team. During the training period, Jennifer praised my mentoring skills and said that Marcus was learning quickly thanks to my thorough instruction. She seemed pleased with how smoothly the onboarding process was going and how well Marcus was integrating into the office environment. I noticed that Marcus was asking very detailed questions about my specific responsibilities and seemed particularly interested in understanding my relationship with each attorney and client. I assumed he was just being thorough and wanted to understand the full scope of administrative support. After completing Marcus's training, Jennifer asked me to stay late one Friday to discuss some upcoming changes in office procedures. I thought she might want to talk about how to integrate Marcus into our workflow or assign him specific responsibilities. Instead, Jennifer told me that the firm was restructuring and that my position was being eliminated. She said that Marcus would be taking over all of my duties and that Friday would be my last day. I was completely blindsided by this news. When I asked why I wasn't being retained if the office was growing as she'd previously explained, Jennifer said that they'd decided to go in a different direction with their administrative support. She offered no specific reasons for the termination. I realised that I hadn't been training a co-worker to help with the workload. I'd been training my replacement while being completely unaware that my job was in jeopardy. Jennifer had used my expertise to ensure a smooth transition while planning to fire me all along. The most insulting part was that Jennifer praised my training abilities right up until the moment she terminated my employment. She said I'd done an excellent job preparing Marcus to handle the administrative responsibilities, which made my firing even more confusing. I asked if there had been performance issues or complaints that led to this decision, but Jennifer said it was purely a business decision about staffing structure. She offered 2 weeks of severance pay and said I could use her as a reference for future employment. Multiple co-workers expressed shock about my termination and said they'd had no idea that management was planning to let me go. Several attorneys in the firm seemed surprised and upset that I was leaving, which suggested they hadn't been involved in the decision. I later learned through former colleagues that Marcus had been hired specifically to replace me at a lower salary. The firm had used my experience to train someone cheaper while avoiding the costs of proper severance or transition planning. That story is over. The calculated exploitation of someone's expertise to train their own replacement without their knowledge shows a level of corporate betrayal that's genuinely sickening. Jennifer basically tricked OP into participating in their own job elimination while pretending it was career development. Some companies really view employees as completely disposable resources to be used and discarded. Let's move to someone whose co-worker apparently thought shift abandonment was a daily routine. My co-worker left mid-shift without saying anything every single day, and we were too short-staffed to cover. I work at a busy restaurant where maintaining adequate coverage is crucial for customer service and safety. We're already operating with minimal staff, so when someone disappears unexpectedly, the remaining employees have to scramble to cover their responsibilities. My co-worker Tyler has this habit of just vanishing during his shifts without telling anyone where he's going or when he'll be back. He'll be working normally 1 minute, then completely gone the next, leaving his section of tables unattended and his tasks incomplete. Initially, I assumed Tyler was taking legitimate breaks or handling some kind of emergency situation. Restaurant work is unpredictable, and sometimes people need to step away briefly for personal reasons or urgent issues. But Tyler's disappearances became a daily occurrence that followed a predictable pattern. About halfway through his shift, he'd simply walk out the back door and not return for hours, sometimes not at all for the remainder of his scheduled time. When Tyler would eventually reappear, he'd act like nothing unusual had happened. He'd resume working without explanation or apology, ignoring the fact that other employees had been covering his tables and handling his responsibilities during his absence. If anyone asked where he'd been, Tyler would give vague responses about needing fresh air or handling personal matters. He never provided specific explanations or advance notice about his planned departures from work. The remaining staff had to constantly adjust to Tyler's unpredictable absences. We'd have to monitor his tables, take orders for his customers, and handle food delivery for his section, while also managing our own assigned areas. Tyler's disappearing act created chaos during busy dinner rushes when every employee was needed to maintain service quality. His absence would force other servers to work double sections while he was wherever he went during his unofficial breaks. Management seemed aware of Tyler's behaviour, but didn't take any concrete action to address the staffing problems his absences created. They'd make general comments about reliability and teamwork, but never specifically confronted Tyler about his habit of leaving mid-shift. Other employees started complaining about having to constantly cover for Tyler's unpredictable schedule. We pointed out that his absences were affecting our tips and customer service quality because we couldn't adequately serve all the tables. The situation became more frustrating when Tyler would return from his disappearances and immediately jump back into work as if he'd been there the entire time. He'd take new tables and act normally, while the rest of us were exhausted from covering his responsibilities. Several servers requested schedule changes to avoid working the same shifts as Tyler because dealing with his absences had become too stressful and unprofessional. We couldn't rely on him being present during crucial service periods. Tyler's employment finally ended when he left mid-shift during a particularly busy evening and simply never came back. He didn't call, didn't text, just disappeared permanently, while other employees handled the aftermath of his final abandonment. Management had to scramble to find replacement staff while dealing with the realization that Tyler's unpredictable attendance had been creating ongoing operational problems that they'd failed to address appropriately. That story is over. The casual treatment of work shifts as optional suggestions rather than scheduled commitments shows a level of professional irresponsibility that's hard to believe. Tyler basically turned his employment into a part-time hobby that he could abandon whenever he felt like it. Some people really think showing up is just a workplace guideline rather than a basic job requirement. Moving on to someone whose manager apparently thought harassment complaints were just workplace gossip. My manager ignored harassment complaints and said, "That's just how he is." I work at a small marketing company where maintaining a professional environment should be a priority. But our manager, Linda, seems to have very different ideas about what constitutes appropriate workplace behaviour. One of my co-workers, Dave, has a pattern of making inappropriate comments to female employees that clearly cross professional boundaries. He makes remarks about women's appearance, asks personal questions about dating lives, and stands too close during conversations in ways that make people uncomfortable. Several female employees have complained to Linda about Dave's behaviour, providing specific examples of inappropriate comments and unwelcome advances. We've documented instances where Dave has made sexual jokes, commented on clothing choices, and generally created an uncomfortable atmosphere. Linda's response to these harassment complaints has been consistently dismissive. She says that Dave is just being friendly and that some people are too sensitive about normal workplace interaction. She acts like the complaints are overreactions rather than legitimate concerns about professional conduct. When women provide specific examples of Dave's inappropriate behaviour, Linda says she'll talk to him about it. But these conversations apparently consist of Linda telling Dave to be more careful about his jokes rather than addressing the underlying harassment issues. Dave's behaviour continues unchanged after Linda's supposed interventions. If anything, he becomes more subtle about his inappropriate comments while maintaining the same level of unwelcome attention toward female co-workers. Linda has started suggesting that women who complain about Dave's behaviour should just ignore him or find ways to avoid interacting with him. She acts like harassment avoidance is the victim's responsibility rather than addressing the source of the problem. When I pointed out that telling women to avoid a male co-worker wasn't an appropriate solution to harassment complaints, Linda said that workplace personalities sometimes clash and that people need to find ways to get along professionally. She's made comments about Dave being harmless and well-meaning, even though his behaviour clearly makes multiple employees uncomfortable. Linda seems to think that intent matters more than impact when it comes to workplace harassment. The situation escalated when Dave cornered one of our newer female employees in the supply room and made explicitly sexual comments about what he'd like to do with her after work. She was visibly shaken by the encounter and immediately reported it to Linda. Linda's response was that Dave probably didn't mean anything by his comments and that the employee might have misunderstood his humour. She suggested that maybe the employee was overreacting because she wasn't familiar with Dave's personality yet. Multiple women threatened to file complaints with HR or seek external legal action if Linda didn't address Dave's harassment seriously. We pointed out that her failure to handle the situation was creating a hostile work environment. Only then did Linda finally take formal disciplinary action against Dave. He was given a written warning about inappropriate workplace behaviour and required to attend sensitivity training. Dave's behaviour improved somewhat after the formal warning, but Linda continued making comments about how the harassment complaints had been blown out of proportion. She acted like taking action against Dave was somehow unfair to him. That story is over. The casual dismissal of sexual harassment as personality quirks shows how some managers actively enable toxic behaviour while gaslighting victims into thinking they're overreacting. Linda basically created a harassment sanctuary where Dave could operate freely while women were told to manage their own victimization. Sometimes the biggest workplace problem isn't the harasser, it's the manager who protects them. Moving on to someone who learned that designated parking can become a daily battle for territory. My co-worker stole my assigned parking spot every single morning, even though my name was clearly displayed on it. I work at a small office complex where parking is limited, and spots are assigned to prevent conflicts and ensure everyone has a designated place to park during work hours. When I started working here 2 years ago, I was assigned parking spot number 15, which is clearly marked with a sign that has my name printed on it. The spot is in a convenient location near the building entrance, and I've been parking there without issues since I began employment. About 6 months ago, we hired a new employee named Kevin, who was assigned a parking spot in a different area of the lot that was further from the building entrance. His assigned spot was clearly marked with his name, just like everyone else's designated parking spaces. Kevin apparently decided that he preferred my parking spot over his own and started parking there every single morning before I arrived at work. When I'd get to the office, I'd find his car in my assigned space, while his actual spot remained empty. Initially, I assumed it was an honest mistake or confusion about the parking assignments. I left a polite note on Kevin's windshield, explaining that he was parked in my assigned spot and directing him to his correct parking location. Kevin ignored the note and continued parking in my spot daily. I had to park in visitor spaces or search for open spots in different areas of the complex, which often made me late for work because I had to walk further distances. When I spoke to Kevin directly about the parking situation, he claimed that he arrived earlier than me, and that first come, first served should determine who gets the better parking spots. He said assigned spots were just suggestions, and that people should be flexible about sharing spaces. I pointed out that the spots were specifically assigned by management to prevent exactly this kind of conflict, and that his name was clearly displayed on a different spot that he should be using. Kevin said he didn't like his assigned location and thought my spot was more convenient. Kevin started arriving earlier and earlier to ensure he could claim my parking spots before I got to work. He seemed to think that beating me to the office gave him the right to park wherever he wanted, regardless of assigned spaces. I complained to management about Kevin's daily appropriation of my assigned parking spot. They confirmed that Kevin should be parking in his designated area and said they'd speak with him about following parking assignments. After management spoke with Kevin, he continued parking in my spot assigned every morning. I had to start arriving even earlier just to have a chance at parking where I was supposed to, which made my workday longer and more stressful than it needed to be. The situation finally resolved when I started documenting Kevin's daily parking violations with photos and timestamps. After presenting this evidence to management, Kevin received a formal warning about following company policies and was told that continued violations would result in disciplinary action. Kevin reluctantly started parking in his assigned spot, but continued making passive-aggressive comments about the parking situation and how some people were too territorial about shared company resources. That story is over. The complete disregard for basic assigned spaces while playing victim about territoriality shows how some people think rules are just suggestions that don't apply to them. Kevin basically stole someone's parking spot for months while acting like the real problem was OP being inflexible about sharing. Let's move to someone who discovered that their boss thought overtime was optional for employers, but mandatory for employees. My boss refused to pay overtime and said I should have worked faster. I work at a small manufacturing company where production deadlines are tight and working beyond 40 hours per week is often necessary to meet client demands. Federal labour laws require overtime pay for hourly employees, but my boss Marcus apparently had his own interpretation of wage requirements. During busy seasons, Marcus would regularly assign tasks that couldn't possibly be completed within a standard 8-hour workday. He'd give me projects with unrealistic timelines that required staying late or coming in on weekends to finish properly. When I submitted my timesheet showing overtime hours, Marcus would question why I needed extra time to complete assignments that he considered routine. He'd suggest that more efficient workers could have finished the same tasks during regular business hours. Marcus started rejecting my overtime claims and paying me for only 40 hours, regardless of how many hours I actually worked. When I pointed out that this violated labour laws, he said that salaried thinking wasn't appropriate for hourly employees who should focus on productivity rather than time management. He claimed that truly dedicated employees would find ways to work more efficiently rather than expecting extra compensation for tasks that should be completable during normal work hours. Marcus acted like requesting overtime pay was somehow taking advantage of the company's generosity. The situation escalated when Marcus began timing how long specific tasks took me to complete and comparing my speed to what he considered reasonable completion times. He'd make comments about how previous employees had been able to handle similar workloads without requiring overtime compensation. When I explained that the volume and complexity of work he was assigning genuinely required more than 40 hours per week, Marcus suggested that maybe I wasn't the right fit for the position if I couldn't handle the basic job requirements efficiently. Marcus started scheduling mandatory weekend work sessions, but instructed me to record the time as regular weekday hours to avoid overtime calculations. He said this was just creative scheduling that would help both the company and employees manage time more effectively. I filed a complaint with the Department of Labour about unpaid overtime violations. The investigation revealed that Marcus had been systematically underpaying multiple employees for months while requiring work that exceeded standard full-time hours. Marcus was required to pay back wages for all unpaid overtime and implement proper timekeeping procedures. He continued making comments about employees being focused on money rather than work quality, but he stopped refusing legitimate overtime claims. That story's over. The creative reimagining of federal labour laws as employee efficiency problems is absolutely wild. Marcus basically decided that overtime requirements were just suggestions while demanding impossible productivity from people he was already cheating. Some bosses really think they can legislate their way around basic worker protections. Moving on to someone who learned that workplace privacy is apparently just a suggestion for some co-workers. My co-worker kept reading my emails and left my inbox open on his screen once. I work at a marketing agency where we all use computers extensively, and email communication is constant throughout the day. Most people understand that personal email accounts and private messages should remain private, even in shared office environments. My co-worker Brad sits at the workstation next to mine, and I started noticing that he seemed unusually well informed about my client communications and project details that I hadn't shared with him directly. He'd make references to meetings I hadn't mentioned, or comment on client feedback he shouldn't have known about. Initially, I thought maybe Brad was just paying attention during team meetings or picking up information through normal workplace conversation. But his knowledge was too specific and included details from private email exchanges with clients and managers. I became suspicious when Brad mentioned a client complaint that had only been communicated to me through a confidential email marked for my attention only. When I asked how he knew about the issue, he claimed he'd overheard me discussing it with someone, which definitely hadn't happened. The situation became clear when I returned from lunch one day and found Brad quickly minimizing windows on his computer screen. As I approached my desk, I could see that he had my email inbox open on his monitor, actively scrolling through my messages. When I confronted Brad about accessing my email, he first tried to claim it was an accident or that he'd just been helping me with something work-related. But it quickly became obvious that he had been systematically reading through my private communications. Brad eventually admitted that he'd been monitoring my emails because he was curious about my client relationships and wanted to stay informed about projects that might affect his own work. He acted like his snooping was motivated by professional interest rather than privacy violation. He said that since we worked closely together on similar accounts, having access to all client communications would help him provide better support and coordination. Brad framed his email surveillance as teamwork rather than the invasion of privacy it actually was. When I reported Brad's email snooping to management, he claimed that I'd given him my password or left my account logged in accidentally. He tried to suggest that I was somehow responsible for his unauthorized access to my private messages. Management investigated the situation and found logs showing that Brad had been accessing my email account regularly for weeks, often when I wasn't at my desk. The evidence clearly showed deliberate and systematic privacy violations. Brad was terminated for accessing confidential information without authorization and violating company policies about digital privacy and security. He continued claiming that his actions had been motivated by workplace collaboration rather than personal curios, the casual violationity. That story is over. Of digital privacy disguised as helpful teamwork is genuinely creepy behaviour. Brad basically turned email surveillance into his personal entertainment system while acting like he was being supportive. Some people really think other people's private communications are public information. Let's continue with someone whose manager apparently thought employee competition should involve actual survival tactics. My manager made us compete for hours and cut shifts unless we outperformed each other. I work at a retail clothing store where part-time hours and flexible scheduling are supposed to provide opportunities for multiple employees to earn income while balancing other responsibilities like school or family obligations. When our new manager Jessica took over 3 months ago, she decided that competition would motivate better performance from the sales team. She announced that work hours would be distributed based on weekly sales numbers and customer service scores rather than standard scheduling practices. Jessica created a ranking system where employees were scored on individual sales performance, customer feedback, and what she called team contribution metrics. She'd post the rankings publicly each week and use them to determine who deserved the most hours for the following week. The competition system meant that helping co-workers or sharing sales could actually hurt your own ranking and reduce your scheduled hours. Jessica had created an environment where collaboration became counterproductive to individual survival in the workplace. Employees started hoarding potential customers and refusing to assist co-workers with difficult situations because helping others might result in losing sales credit that determined their work hours. The toxic competition destroyed any sense of teamwork or mutual support. Jessica would make announcements about who was earning their hours through hard work and who needed to step up their performance to deserve more scheduling opportunities. She framed reduced hours as motivation rather than the financial punishment it actually was. People started working for free during their time off, coming in early or staying late to organize displays and help customers without clocking in, hoping that extra effort would improve their rankings and secure more scheduled hours. The competition escalated when Jessica started pitting employees directly against each other for specific shifts. She'd announced that 2 people were competing for Saturday hours and that whoever had better sales numbers by Friday would get the weekend shift. Several employees quit because they couldn't afford to work in an environment where their income was completely unpredictable and dependent on outperforming their co-workers every single week rather than showing up reliably and doing good work. When corporate found out about Jessica's competition-based scheduling system, they immediately ended the practice and required her to return to standard scheduling procedures. They said creating hostile competition among employees violated company policies about fair treatment and workplace equity. Jessica seemed genuinely confused about why her motivation system was being discontinued and continued making comments about how some people just couldn't handle competitive environments that rewarded excellence and hard work. That story is over. Turning work schedules into gladiator matches where co-workers had to destroy each other for basic income is peak toxic management. Jessica created a workplace where helping your teammates literally meant starving yourself. Some managers really think employee desperation equals motivation. Moving on to someone who discovered that some co-workers used tears as professional weapons. My co-worker cried every time she got criticized, and I looked like the bully. I work in a collaborative office environment where giving and receiving constructive feedback is essential for project success and professional development. Most people understand that criticism isn't personal attacks, but rather necessary communication about improving work quality. My co-worker Sarah has this remarkable ability to turn any professional feedback into an emotional crisis that makes whoever delivered the criticism look cruel and unsympathetic. She's weaponized tears in ways that shut down necessary workplace conversations. When I'd point out errors in Sarah's work or suggest improvements to her project contributions, she'd immediately start crying and act like I was attacking her personally rather than addressing specific professional issues that needed correction. Sarah's crying would escalate until other co-workers felt compelled to comfort her and ask me why I was being so harsh about whatever minor issue had triggered her emotional breakdown. The focus would shift from fixing the actual problem to managing Sarah's feelings. During team meetings where Sarah's work was discussed, she'd start tearing up if anyone mentioned areas for improvement or questioned her decisions. The meetings would derail into awkward consolation sessions instead of productive project discussions. Sarah learned that crying effectively ended criticism and made people reluctant to give her honest feedback about her performance. She turned professional development conversations into emotional manipulation sessions where everyone felt guilty for trying to address work quality. When managers needed to discuss Sarah's mistakes or missed deadlines, she'd break down crying and talk about how hard she was trying and how overwhelmed she felt by everyone's expectations. The conversations would become about supporting Sarah rather than solving problems. Other team members started avoiding giving Sarah any feedback at all because they didn't want to deal with the emotional drama and guilt trips that followed any suggestions for improvement. This meant Sarah's work quality never improved because no one was willing to help her grow professionally. Sarah's crying strategy worked so well that she received positive performance reviews despite consistently producing subpar work, because managers were afraid to document problems that would make Sarah cry during evaluation meetings. The situation became ridiculous when Sarah would preemptively start crying during meetings if she suspected someone might mention her work. She'd tear up as soon as project discussions began, creating an atmosphere where honest communication became impossible. Eventually, management had to address Sarah's emotional manipulation directly and explain that professional feedback was necessary regardless of her emotional responses. They required her to participate in conversations about work quality without using tears to derail the discussions. That story is over. The strategic deployment of tears to avoid accountability is such a manipulative workplace tactic that it's almost impressive in its effectiveness. Sarah basically turned professional feedback into emotional terrorism, while her co-workers looked like monsters for wanting decent work quality. Sometimes the most toxic people are the ones who make everyone else feel guilty for having standards. Let's continue with someone whose boss apparently thought personal errands were legitimate work assignments. My boss forced me to clean his personal car during work hours and said it was part of being a team player. I work at a small insurance office where my job responsibilities include processing claims, answering phones, and handling customer service inquiries. My employment contract and job description are pretty clear about what tasks fall within my professional duties. My boss Robert started asking me to handle small personal errands about 6 months ago. Initially, these were minor requests like picking up his dry cleaning during lunch breaks or stopping by the office to mail his personal post packages. He'd frame these tasks as favours that showed team spirit and dedication. The personal errands gradually became more frequent and time-consuming. Robert would ask me to grocery shop for his family, pick up prescriptions for his wife, or handle banking tasks that had nothing to do with office operations or business needs. Robert would schedule these personal errands during work hours and expect me to complete them while still maintaining my regular job responsibilities. When I'd fall behind on actual work tasks, he'd criticize my time management and suggest I needed to be more efficient with prioritizing. The situation escalated when Robert asked me to clean his personal vehicle in the office parking lot during my afternoon shift. He said his car was dirty and that taking care of it would demonstrate my commitment to supporting the team and going above and beyond basic job requirements. When I pointed out that car washing wasn't part of my job description, Robert said that truly dedicated employees were willing to help their supervisors with whatever needed to be done. He framed personal service as professional development and team building. Robert started making comments about how some employees understood the value of being helpful, while others were focused on their narrowed-only job descriptions. He suggested that people who weren't willing to assist with various tasks might not be the right fit for a small office environment. The car cleaning request was particularly humiliating because other employees and customers could see me washing Robert's personal vehicle during work hours while wearing my professional office attire. It was obvious that I was being used for personal service rather than legitimate work duties. When I refused to continue handling Robert's personal errands, he became passive-aggressive about my performance evaluations and started criticizing my attitude and team player mentality. He acted like declining to be his personal assistant was evidence of poor work ethic. I filed a complaint with HR about being required to handle personal tasks that weren't related to my job responsibilities. HR confirmed that employees shouldn't be expected to provide personal services to supervisors during work hours. Robert was required to stop assigning personal errands to employees and focus his requests on legitimate business activities. He continued making comments about how some people didn't understand what it meant to be supportive colleagues, but he stopped asking me to clean his car. That story is over. The transformation of employee labour into personal servant duties while calling it team spirit is such a classic abuse of power move. Robert basically turned his insurance office into his personal service empire while acting like car washing was career development. Some bosses really think their employees are just unpaid household staff. Moving on to someone who learned that some co-workers think the workplace is an appropriate daycare facility. My co-worker brought their child to work every day, and I got blamed for not helping enough. I work at a busy accounting firm where maintaining professional client relationships and meeting strict deadlines requires focused attention and quiet work environments. Our office isn't designed or equipped to accommodate children during business operations. My co-worker Jennifer started bringing her 5-year-old daughter Maya to work occasionally when childcare arrangements fell through. Initially, this seemed like a reasonable temporary solution for emergencies, and Maya would sit quietly at Jennifer's desk, colouring or playing with quiet toys. But occasional visits became daily occurrences when Jennifer decided that bringing Maya to work was more convenient and cost-effective than paying for regular childcare. She set up a corner of her workspace with toys, books and activities to keep Maya entertained during business hours. Maya is a normal, energetic child who couldn't be expected to sit silently for 8 hours while adults worked around her. She'd talk loudly, ask questions, run around the office, and generally create the kind of noise and disruption that made concentration difficult for everyone. During important client phone calls, Maya would interrupt Jennifer or start talking loudly enough that clients could hear child chatter in the background. The professional atmosphere we needed to maintain was constantly compromised by normal child behaviour. Jennifer expected other employees to help supervise Maya when she had meetings or needed to focus on detailed work. She'd ask people to watch her daughter for a few minutes, which often stretched into hours of unofficial babysitting during work time. When Maya would get bored or cranky, she'd wander around the office seeking attention from other employees. We'd have to stop our work to interact with her or redirect her back to Jennifer's desk, constantly disrupting our own productivity and concentration. Jennifer started treating Maya's presence as a team responsibility rather than her personal childcare challenge. She'd make comments about how everyone should pitch in to help with Maya, since we were all like a work family that supported each other. The situation became particularly problematic during tax season, when everyone was working under intense pressure and tight deadlines. Maya's normal child energy and noise became even more disruptive when need peopled maximum focus and quiet concentration. When I mentioned that the constant childcare interruptions were affecting my ability to complete client work, Jennifer accused me of being unsympathetic to working mothers and not understanding how difficult it was to balance career and parenting responsibilities. Several clients commented on hearing child noises during phone conferences or seeing Maya running around the office during meetings. The unprofessional appearance was starting to impact our business relationships and client confidence. Management eventually had to address the situation and required Jennifer to arrange alternative childcare. They explained that while the company supported working parents, the office environment wasn't appropriate for daily childcare and was affecting productivity and professional standards. Jennifer was upset about the policy change and made comments about how some people didn't understand the challenges of parenthood or the importance of family-friendly workplace policies. That story is over. The casual transformation of a professional office into a personal daycare while expecting co-workers to provide free childcare is absolutely wild. Jennifer turned everyone else into unwilling babysitters while playing the victim about work-life balance. Sometimes, being a working parent doesn't mean your workplace becomes your personal childcare solution. These workplace horror stories really put things in perspective, don't they? No matter what's going on in your job right now, at least you're probably not dealing with someone who thinks federal labour laws are just suggestions or co-workers who turn the office fridge into a science experiment. Sometimes the best therapy is just knowing that somewhere out there, someone else is dealing with an even more unhinged situation than whatever's stressing you out today. Moving on to someone whose co-worker apparently thought the workplace smoke detector was just a suggestion. My co-worker kept vaping at her desk and claimed it wasn't real smoking. I work at a small graphic design agency where we have a strict no smoking policy inside the building. Most people understand that this includes all forms of smoking and tobacco products, but my co-worker Ashley apparently had her own interpretation of the rules. Ashley started bringing a vape pen to work about 3 months ago and would use it constantly throughout the day. She'd take long draws from it at clouds her desk, blow a vapour into the air and fill our entire work area with this overwhelming artificial fruit that made it smell hard to breathe. When people mentioned that vaping was still smoking and wasn't, and say that Ashley would laugh to loud inside vapour wasn't smoke, and that the no smoking policy only applied to cigarettes. She claimed that since her vape pen didn't produce actual smoke, the rules didn't apply to her habit. The fruity vapour smell was so strong that it would trigger headaches for several co-workers who are sensitive to artificial fragrances. People started opening windows and turning on fans to try to clear the air, but Ashley's constant vaping made the office atmosphere unpleasant for everyone. Ashley would client AP during meetings, conference calls, and presentations, creating these weird fruit-scented clouds that would drift across the room. While we were trying to maintain professional appearances, clients would look confused and uncomfortable when vapour started filling the meeting space. When management told Ashley that vaping wasn't allowed inside the office, she argued that her vape pen was a smoking cessation device and that preventing her from using it was discriminating against her efforts to quit cigarettes. She acted like workplace vapour clouds were somehow a health improvement. She started sneaking vape sessions in the bathroom, supply closet, and any other indoor space where she thought people wouldn't notice. The artificial fruit smell would linger for hours after her secret vaping sessions, making it obvious what she'd been doing. The final straw came when Ashley's vaping triggered the building's smoke detection system during an important client presentation. The fire alarm went off, everyone had to evacuate, and the department had to come fire check for actual fire hazards, while our clients watched the chaos unfold. Even after the fire alarm incident, Ashley continued insisting that her vaping wasn't real smoking and that the smoke detector had malfunctioned. She seemed genuinely confused about why everyone was upset about her indoor vapour production. Ashley was eventually terminated for repeatedly violating company policies and creating safety hazards. She continued claiming that she was being discriminated against for using a legal smoking alternative that shouldn't have been covered by traditional smoking restrictions. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to convince yourself that pumping fruity vapour clouds isn't smoking is truly remarkable. Ashley basically turned the office into her personal hookah lounge, while acting shocked that smoke detectors can't tell the difference between cigarette smoke and artificial fruit fog. Some people really think they can lawyer their way around basic workplace safety rules. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought dress codes were more like gentle suggestions. My manager wore pajamas to work and said business casual was outdated. I work at a customer-facing consulting firm where maintaining professional appearances is crucial for client relationships and business credibility. Our employee handbook clearly outlines dress code expectations, and most people understand that looking professional is part of the job. About 4 months ago, our department got a new manager named Derek, who apparently had very different ideas about appropriate workplace attire. On his first day, he showed up wearing what looked like pajama pants, flip-flops, and a wrinkled t-shirt that had cartoon characters on it. Initially, I thought maybe Derek was moving office furniture or handling some kind of messy setup work that required casual clothing. But as the week progressed, it became clear that pajama pants and graphic t-shirts were his standard professional wardrobe choices. Derek's clothing became increasingly inappropriate as he got comfortable in his role. He'd wear shorts that belonged at the beach, tank tops that showed too much skin, and house slippers that made shuffling noises when he walked through the office. When employees mentioned the dress code policy during team meetings, Derek would laugh and say that judging people by their clothing was shallow and outdated. He claimed that comfortable employees were more productive and that forcing people to wear uncomfortable business clothes was bad for morale. Derek's casual attire became particularly problematic during client meetings where everyone else was dressed professionally, while he looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. Clients would stare at his pajama pants and flip-flops while trying to focus on important business discussions. Several clients made comments about the unprofessional appearance of our office environment and questioned whether we were serious about handling their business needs. Derek's clothing choices were actively damaging our company's reputation and client relationships. When upper management addressed Derek's dress code violations, he argued that his comfortable clothing helped him think more creatively and that restrictive business attire stifled innovation. He said that successful tech companies had casual dress codes and that we should modernize our outdated policies. Derek started encouraging other employees to dress more casually and ignore the established dress code. He'd make comments about how people in suits were trying too hard to impress others instead of focusing on actual work quality. The situation reached a breaking point when Derek wore actual pajama bottoms and bedroom slippers to an important client presentation. The prospective client was visibly uncomfortable and ended the meeting early, citing concerns about our company's professionalism. Upper management had to formally discipline Derek and require him to follow established dress code policies. They explained that client-facing roles required professional appearances regardless of personal comfort preferences. Derek eventually started wearing slightly more appropriate clothing, but continued making comments about how dress codes were discriminatory against people who valued comfort over conformity. That story is over. The complete transformation of a professional office into a personal bedroom while calling it innovative thinking is absolutely wild. Derek basically showed up to client meetings looking like he was about to watch Saturday morning cartoons while eating cereal. Sometimes there's actually a good reason why certain jobs have dress codes. Moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought the office thermostat was their personal climate control system. My co-worker constantly changed the temperature and said everyone else needed to adapt. I work in a shared office space with about 12 people where maintaining a comfortable temperature for everyone requires compromise and consideration. Most people understand that shared environments mean finding middle ground that works reasonably well for the majority. My co-worker Janet appointed herself as the unofficial temperature controller and would adjust the thermostat multiple times throughout the day based on her personal comfort preferences. She'd crank up the heat when she felt slightly cool and blast the air conditioning when she got warm. Janet's temperature changes were extreme and frequent. She'd set the heat to 85 degrees in the morning, then switch to 65-degree air conditioning by lunch, creating this constant cycle of temperature swings that made it impossible for anyone to dress appropriately or feel comfortable. When people complained about the office being too hot or too cold, Janet would say that she was just trying to maintain optimal working conditions and that people should dress in layers if they couldn't handle normal temperature adjustments. The temperature swings became so dramatic that people started bringing blankets and fans to work just to cope with Janet's constant there. Some most-apt manipulation co-workers were wearing winter coats inside during summer because Janet had the air conditioning set to Arctic levels. Janet would make condescending comments about how some people were just more sensitive to temperature changes and needed to build better tolerance for normal climate variations. She acted like her constant thermostat adjustments were somehow helping everyone develop resilience. The situation escalated when Janet started locking the thermostat control panel and carrying the key with her so that nobody else could make temperature adjustments. She said that too many people were interfering with her climate management system. Multiple employees complained about the extreme temperature fluctuations and how Janet's constant adjustments were making the office environment uncomfortable for everyone except her. We pointed out that shared spaces required shared decision-making about climate control. When management spoke with Janet about the thermostat situation, she claimed that she had a medical condition that required precise temperature control and that preventing her from adjusting the thermostat was discriminating against her health needs. Janet couldn't provide any medical documentation for her supposed temperature sensitivity and discover conditioned management that she'd been making unauthorized modifications to the office climate control system without any legitimate health accommodations. The thermostat controls were moved to a location where Janet couldn't access them constantly, and temperature settings were established by management to maintain consistent comfort levels for all employees rather than Janet's personal preferences. Janet continued making comments about how some people couldn't handle normal temperature variations and that the office environment had become too rigid and controlled for people with legitimate climate sensitivity needs. That story is over. The complete takeover of office climate control while claiming medical necessity is such a creative form of workplace tyranny. Janet basically turned everyone into unwilling participants in her personal temperature experiment while carrying around thermostat keys like some kind of climate dictator. Some people really think shared spaces exist solely for their individual comfort. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their boss thought legal holidays were just marketing suggestions. My boss scheduled mandatory meetings on federal holidays and said time off was for lazy people. I work at a small marketing consultancy where federal holidays are supposed to be paid time off according to our employee handbook and employment contracts. Most companies understand that legal holidays are when employees shouldn't be expected to work unless they're in truly essential services. My boss Richard has always been demanding about work schedules, but he took things to a new level when he started scheduling mandatory staff meetings and project deadlines on federal holidays. He'd send emails on Sunday nights announcing Monday morning meetings for days like Martin Luther King Jr. Day or President's Day. When employees pointed out that these were federal holidays and that the office was supposed to be closed, Richard would say that successful businesses don't stop operating just because the government declares arbitrary celebration days. He acted like legal holidays were optional suggestions rather than established time off. Richard would frame holiday work as opportunities for dedicated employees to get ahead while competitors were being lazy. He'd make comments about how ambitious people used holidays to gain advantages over less motivated workers who prioritized personal time over professional growth. The holiday meetings were often about non-urgent topics that could easily have been handled during regular business hours. Richard would schedule training sessions, team-building activities, and strategic planning discussions for days when employees were supposed to be with their families. When people requested to use their contractual holiday time off, Richard would act like they were being unreasonable and uncommitted to company success. He'd suggest that truly dedicated employees would want to use holidays for productive work rather than wasteful leisure activities. Richard started requiring employees to choose between taking holiday pay and actually having the day off. He said that people who wanted to be paid for holidays needed to prove they deserved the compensation by participating in holiday work sessions. The situation became particularly problematic during major holidays like Thanksgiving and Christmas, when Richard would schedule optional meetings that weren't actually optional. He'd make passive-aggressive comments about who showed true company loyalty by attending. Several holiday sessions, employees complained to HR about being required to work on federal holidays without additional compensation or legitimate business necessity. We pointed out that holiday work violations were potentially illegal and definitely contrary to our employment agreements. HR investigated and found that Richard had been systematically violating federal holiday policies and creating unreasonable work demands during legally protected time off. They had to pay back wages for holiday work and implement proper scheduling procedures. Richard was required to honor federal holiday policies and stop scheduling non-essential work during protected time off. He continued making comments about how modern workers were too focused on time off, rather than building successful careers through dedication and sacrifice. That story is over. The casual dismissal of federal holidays as lazy people conventions while forcing employees to work for free is such a classic power trip move. Richard basically decided that legal protections were just suggestions and that his marketing consultancy was somehow more important than established labor rights. Some bosses really think they can override federal law through sheer entitlement. Moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought personal phone calls were a full-time job responsibility. My co-worker spent entire shifts on personal calls and said it was networking. I work at a busy retail electronics store where customer service and sales support require constant attention and availability. During peak hours, every employee needs to be focused on helping customers and maintaining store operations. My co-worker Marcus would spend hours each day on personal phone calls, often conducting what sounded like social conversations, relationship drama discussions, and personal business while customers waited for assistance. He'd use his cell phone constantly throughout his shifts. Marcus would take these personal calls right on the sales floor, where customers could hear him discussing his dating life, family problems, and personal finances. He'd talk loudly enough that his conversations became background noise for everyone trying to shop or work in the area. When customers approached Marcus for help while he was on personal calls, he'd hold up his finger to signal them to wait while he continued his conversation. Customers would stand there awkwardly while Marcus finished discussing his personal business before finally providing assistance. Marcus's phone calls were clearly personal rather than work-related. He'd be talking about weekend plans, relationship issues, and social drama that had nothing to do with electronic sales or customer service. Yet he'd conduct these conversations during the busiest parts of his shifts. When management spoke with Marcus about limiting personal phone use during work hours, he claimed that many of his calls were networking opportunities that could benefit the company. He said that maintaining personal relationships was important for potential business development. Marcus started claiming that his personal calls were actually professional development activities. He'd say he was discussing industry trends with friends or exploring partnership opportunities through social connections, even though everyone could hear him talking about personal relationship drama. The personal calls became so frequent and lengthy that Marcus was essentially unavailable for customer service during most of his scheduled shifts. Other employees had to constantly cover for him while he handled his social business on company time. Customers started complaining about waiting for assistance while Marcus conducted personal phone conversations. Several people mentioned that they'd left the store without making purchases because they couldn't get help from staff who were too busy with personal calls. When corporate investigated customer complaints about poor service, they discovered that Marcus was spending more time on personal calls than actually working. His phone logs showed hours of personal conversation during each shift. Marcus was terminated for neglecting job responsibilities and conducting excessive personal business during work hours. He continued claiming that his phone calls had been networking activities that would have benefited the company if management had been more support professional of development. That story is over. The creative rebranding of personal gossip sessions as professional networking while customers waited in line is absolutely shameless. Marcus basically turned the sales floor into his personal social club while getting paid to ignore actual work responsibilities. Some people really think they can talk their way out of any situation by calling it business development. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought employee privacy was an outdated concept. My manager read through everyone's personal belongings and called it security monitoring. I work at a small insurance office where we all have desk drawers and personal storage areas for our belongings during work hours. Most workplaces understand that employees have reasonable expectations of privacy for their personal items. My manager Linda started conducting what she called security inspections of employee workspaces about 2 months ago. She'd go through desk drawers, purses, lunch bags, and personal storage areas while people were away from their desks, claiming she was checking for security violations. Linda would read through personal documents, examine prescription medications, and look through private photos that employees kept in their desk drawers. She'd make comments about what she'd found during her searches, revealing that she was systematically invading everyone's privacy. When employees questioned Linda about going through their personal belongings, she'd say that company property could be searched at any time and that people shouldn't bring personal items to work if they wanted complete privacy. She acted like basic privacy expectations were unreasonable demands. Linda's searches became increasingly invasive as she looked through personal text messages on phones left at desks, read private notes and letters, and even examined the contents of employee wallets and purses when people stepped away briefly. The privacy violations extended to Linda reading personal emails on company computers and monitoring private social media accounts when employees checked them during break times. She claimed this was all part of maintaining workplace security and preventing data breaches. Linda would use information from her searches to make personal comments about employees' lives. She'd reference medical conditions she'd learned about from prescription bottles or comment on personal relationships based on private messages she'd read. When someone complained about Linda's invasive searches, she'd claim that people with nothing to hide shouldn't be concerned about security monitoring. She acted like objecting to privacy violations was evidence of suspicious behaviour that required additional scrutiny. The situation escalated when Linda started taking photos of personal documents and belongings during her searches. She was creating a file of private information about employees' personal lives that had nothing to do with work security or business operations. Multiple employees filed complaints with HR about the invasive searches and privacy violations. We provided documentation showing that Linda was systematically going through personal belongings and using private information inappropriately. HR investigated and found that Linda had no authority to conduct personal searches and that her invasive monitoring was violating employee privacy rights. They required her to stop all personal searches and delete any private information she'd collected. Linda was formally disciplined for privacy violations and required to attend training about appropriate workplace boundaries. She continued making comments about how security monitoring was important and that employees who valued privacy over security might have something to hide. That story is over. The transformation of basic workplace supervision into a personal surveillance operation is genuinely disturbing behaviour. Linda basically appointed herself as the office privacy police while building secret files on everyone's personal business. Sometimes the biggest security threat in an office is the person claiming to provide security. Moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought expense accounts were personal shopping funds. My co-worker used the company credit card for personal purchases and said it was job-related networking. I work at a consulting firm where certain employees have access to company credit cards for legitimate business expenses like client dinners, travel costs, and work-related purchases. My co-worker Jake was given company credit card privileges to handle client entertainment and business development expenses. Initially, his purchases seemed appropriate for his role in business development and client relationship management. But Jake's expense reports started including increasingly questionable purchases that seemed more personal than professional. He'd charge expensive dinners at high-end restaurants with no clear business purpose or identifiable client connections. Jake would use the company card for shopping trips, entertainment events, and personal services that he'd somehow classify as business development or networking opportunities. His expense reports became creative writing exercises in justifying personal spending. The personal purchases escalated to Jake charging vacation expenses, personal gifts, and household items to the company credit card. He'd claim these were necessary for maintaining the professional image and lifestyle required for effective client relationship building. When accounting questioned Jake's unusual expenses, he'd provide elaborate explanations about how everything related to business development and professional networking. He'd say that maintaining certain lifestyle standards was essential for connecting with high-end clients. Jake started charging personal clothing, grooming services, and entertainment subscriptions to the company card. He claimed that looking professional and staying current with culture and trends was part of his job requirements for relating to diverse client bases. The expense fraud became obvious when Jake charged a family vacation to Disney World as a team-building and client entertainment expense. His documentation claimed he was hosting potential clients at the theme park for relationship development purposes. When management reviewed Jake's expense history, they found thousands of dollars in clearly personal purchases that had been disguised as business expenses through creative categorization and fictional business justifications. Jake was confronted with evidence of his expense fraud and initially tried to justify every purchase as somehow related to business, development, or professional requirements. He acted like personal spending was a legitimate business expense category. Corporate accounting had to conduct a full audit of Jake's credit card usage and discovered systematic fraud over several months. Jake had been treating the company credit card as his personal shopping account while creating fake business justifications. Jake was terminated for fraud and theft, and the company had to recover thousands of dollars in unauthorized personal expenses. He continued claiming that his purchases had been legitimate business investments that management didn't understand. That story is over. The creative accounting required to turn Disney World family vacations into client entertainment expenses is truly impressive in its complete shamelessness. Jake basically turned corporate fraud into an art form while acting like personal shopping was somehow professional development. Some people really think they can expense their entire lifestyle if they write creative enough justifications. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their boss thought employee evaluations were just creative writing exercises. My boss gave me negative reviews for things that never happened and said I needed to accept feedback better. I work as a customer service representative at a telecommunications company where performance evaluations are supposed to be based on actual job performance, customer feedback, and measurable metrics, like call resolution times and satisfaction scores. My manager Susan conducted my annual performance review last month, and I was completely blindsided by the feedback she provided. She criticized me for multiple incidents and performance issues that had never occurred during my employment at the company. Susan claimed that I'd received numerous customer complaints about being rude and unhelpful during phone calls. She said that several clients had specifically requested to never speak with me again because of my poor attitude and unprofessional behavior during service interactions. The problem was that none of these customer complaints actually existed. I'd never received any negative feedback from clients, and our call monitoring system showed consistently positive customer satisfaction scores for my interactions throughout the year. Susan's review included detailed descriptions of specific incidents where I'd supposedly hung up on customers, refused to help with legitimate service requests, and argued with clients about company policies. These were elaborate fictional scenarios that had never happened. When I asked Susan to provide documentation of the customer complaints and incidents she was referencing, she said that not everything was formally documented, but that she remembered the situations clearly, and that my defensive attitude was part of the problem. Susan's evaluation criticised my punctuality and attendance, claiming that I was frequently late and had excessive absences that were affecting team productivity. In reality, I'd had perfect attendance for the entire year and was consistently early for my shifts. The performance review included negative comments about my teamwork and collaboration skills, with Susan claiming that co-workers had complained about my unwillingness to help with shared tasks and my generally uncooperative attitude during group projects. I asked my co-workers directly about these supposed complaints, and they were confused because they'd never made any negative comments about my work or attitude. Several people said they thought I was one of the most helpful and reliable team members. Susan's review also criticised technical skills and job knowledge that were objectively measurable through our computer systems. She claimed I had poor resolution rates and lengthy call times, but the actual performance metrics showed I was above average in both categories. When I presented Susan with objective data contradicting every criticism in her evaluation, she said that numbers didn't tell the whole story and that subjective feedback was just as important as measurable performance indicators. I filed a complaint with HR about the inaccurate performance review and provided documentation showing that Susan's criticisms were factually incorrect. HR investigated and found that none of Susan's claims could be substantiated with actual evidence. Susan was required to revise my performance evaluation based on actual job performance, rather than fictional incidents. She seemed frustrated that her creative feedback was being questioned and continued making comments about employees who couldn't handle constructive criticism. That story is over. The complete fabrication of customer complaints and performance issues while calling it constructive feedback is genuinely unhinged behaviour. Susan basically wrote fiction about OP's job performance while acting like objective reality was somehow less important than her creative imagination. Sometimes the most dangerous person in a workplace is the one writing your performance reviews. Moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought sick days were just mental health breaks for personal projects. My co-worker called in sick every Friday and posted vacation photos on social media. I work at a marketing agency where we all get a limited number of sick days per year that are supposed to be reserved for actual illness or legitimate health issues. Most people understand that sick leave is for when you're genuinely unable to work due to medical conditions. My co-worker Ashley started calling in sick every single Friday about 3 months ago, claiming she had various health issues that prevented her from working on the last day of the week. She'd text our manager early Friday morning saying she felt terrible and needed to rest. The pattern became obvious pretty quickly, since Ashley never seemed to have health problems on any other day of the week. She'd be perfectly fine on Thursday evening, then mysteriously develop serious symptoms overnight that only affected her on Fridays. What made Ashley's sick day pattern even more suspicious was that she'd post photos on social media throughout her Friday sick days, showing her at beaches, shopping centres, restaurants, and various recreational activities around the city. Ashley's Friday sick days always seemed to coincide with beautiful weather, local events, or personal activities she wanted to attend. She'd call in sick and then spend the day hiking, going to concerts, or taking day trips that definitely didn't look like recovery from illness. When co-workers mentioned seeing Ashley's vacation photos on social media during her supposed sick days, she'd claim that fresh air and light activity were part of her recovery process, and that staying home in bed wasn't always the best treatment for her conditions. Ashley started getting creative with her Friday illness descriptions, claiming she had chronic conditions that required outdoor therapy and social engagement as part of her treatment plan. She'd say that isolation and bed rest would actually make her conditions worse. The Friday sick day routine became so predictable that other employees would joke about Ashley's weekly mysterious illnesses that only struck on the day before the weekend. Everyone knew she was using sick leave for personal vacation time. Management eventually noticed Ashley's pattern of Friday absences and started requiring medical documentation for her frequent sick days. Ashley claimed this was discriminatory against people with chronic health conditions that were difficult to diagnose. When Ashley couldn't provide legitimate medical justification for her weekly Friday illnesses, she changed her strategy and started calling in sick on random weekdays instead. But she continued posting social media photos of her recreational activities during sick days. The social media evidence became impossible to ignore when Ashley posted photos of herself at a music festival during a Tuesday sick day, clearly healthy and enjoying outdoor activities while claiming to be too ill to work. Ashley was eventually terminated for sick leave abuse and time card fraud. She continued claiming that her social media posts were taken out of context and that people didn't understand how chronic conditions required alternative healing approaches that looked like recreational activities. That story is over. The strategic deployment of Friday illnesses while posting beach selfies is such a transparent scam that it's almost impressive in its boldness. Ashley basically turned sick leave into a personal vacation fund while acting like hiking and concerts were medical treatments. Some people really think they can gaslight their way through photographic evidence of their lies. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought workplace democracy meant everyone votes except the employees. My manager held team meetings where only her opinions mattered and called it collaborative decision-making. I work at a non-profit organisation where team input and collaborative planning are supposed to be core values that guide our project development and organisational decisions. My manager Patricia regularly scheduled team meetings that she described as collaborative brainstorming sessions, where everyone's input would be valued and considered for important organisational decisions. She'd send emails emphasising how much she valued diverse perspectives and democratic processes, but Patricia's collaborative meetings followed a very predictable pattern where she'd ask for team input, listen politely to everyone's suggestions, and then explain why her predetermined decision was the only viable option for our organisation. During these supposedly democratic discussions, Patricia would present problems and ask for creative solutions from the team. People would spend significant time developing thoughtful proposals and presenting detailed recommendations for various approaches. Patricia would nod along during presentations and ask follow-up questions that made it seem like she was genuinely considering different options. She'd take notes and praise people for their innovative thinking and comprehensive analysis of complex issues. Then Patricia would announce that while everyone had provided valuable input, she'd already researched the situation thoroughly and determined the best path forward. Her predetermined solution was always completely different from anything the team had suggested. When team members pointed out that their suggestions hadn't been implemented or even seriously considered, Patricia would say that leadership sometimes required making difficult decisions that not everyone would understand initially, but would appreciate over time. Patricia started framing her decision-making process as collaborative because she'd listened to input before implementing her original plans. She acted like hearing suggestions was the same thing as actually incorporating feedback into final decisions. The fake collaboration became more obvious when Patricia would schedule urgent meetings about decisions she'd already made and announce to upper management. She'd ask for team input on initiatives that were already in progress and couldn't be modified. Patricia would praise team members for their collaborative spirit and valuable contributions while implementing policies and procedures that reflected none of their actual recommendations. She seemed to think that listening was equivalent to collaborating. When employees expressed frustration about the meaningless nature of these input sessions, Patricia would say that democratic processes required accepting majority decisions and that not every suggestion could be implemented in complex organizational environments. The team eventually stopped participating meaningfully in Patricia's collaborative meetings, since everyone realized their input was purely performative rather than actually influential in organizational decision-making processes. Patricia continued scheduling regular brainstorming sessions and praising the team's collaborative culture while making unilateral decisions about everything from project priorities to office policies without any genuine consideration of employee feedback. That story's over. The elaborate theatre of asking for input while completely ignoring every suggestion is such a masterclass in fake democracy. Patricia basically turned collaboration into a one-person show where everyone else was just unpaid audience members pretending their opinions mattered. Some managers really think listening equals collaborating, even when they've already decided everything in advance, moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought confidential information was just interesting gossip to share. My co-worker leaked confidential client information and said she was just being helpful. I work at a legal services firm where client confidentiality is absolutely crucial for maintaining professional standards and legal compliance. Everyone understands that private client information must remain completely confidential under all circumstances. My co-worker Rachel had access to sensitive client files through her administrative role, and she started sharing confidential information with other employees who didn't have authorization to access those details. She'd gossip about client situations during lunch breaks and staff meetings. Rachel would discuss specific client legal problems, financial situations, and personal circumstances with anyone who seemed interested in hearing about interesting cases. She'd share confidential details as if they were entertaining stories rather than protected legal information. When people mentioned that Rachel shouldn't be discussing client information, she'd say she was just keeping everyone informed about office activities and that transparency was important for team cohesion and collaborative work environments. Rachel's confidentiality violations escalated when she started sharing client information with people outside the office, including friends and family members who found the legal drama entertaining. She'd tell detailed stories about client situations at social gatherings. The information sharing became particularly problematic when Rachel would discuss confidential details with vendors, contractors, and other business contacts who had no legitimate need to know anything about our client situations or ongoing legal matters. Rachel claimed that sharing client information helped her build professional relationships and demonstrated her knowledge of interesting legal cases. She acted like confidentiality violations were networking opportunities rather than serious professional breaches. When management discovered Rachel's pattern of information sharing, she insisted that she'd never shared anything truly confidential and that casual discussion of general case details wasn't the same as revealing sensitive client secrets. Rachel couldn't understand why people were upset about her information sharing, since she claimed she was just being conversational and friendly with colleagues and contacts. She acted like confidentiality requirements were antisocial restrictions on normal workplace communication. The confidentiality violations were discovered when a client learned that personal details about their legal situation were being discussed by people who shouldn't have had access to that information. The client filed a formal complaint about the privacy breach. The law firm had to conduct a full investigation of Rachel's information sharing and discovered systematic violations of client confidentiality policies over several months. Multiple clients had been affected by her casual gossip about their private legal matters. Rachel was immediately terminated for violating client confidentiality and potentially exposing the firm to legal liability. She continued claiming that she'd just been trying to be helpful and informative rather than maliciously violating privacy rules. That story is over. The casual treatment of legal confidentiality as office gossip material is absolutely terrifying for anyone who's ever hired a lawyer. Rachel basically turned client privacy into her personal entertainment system while acting like professional ethics were just suggestions. Some people really shouldn't have access to any information more sensitive than the weather forecast. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their boss thought employee safety was negotiable during busy periods. My boss removed safety equipment and said productivity was more important than precautions. I work at a warehouse facility where safety protocols and protective equipment are legally required due to the heavy machinery and potentially dangerous materials we handle daily. My manager Kevin started making changes to our safety procedures about 2 months ago, claiming that excessive precautions were slowing down productivity and affecting our ability to meet shipping deadlines during busy seasons. Kevin removed several safety barriers and warning signs from high-traffic areas, saying that experienced workers should know where the dangers were without needing constant visual reminders. He claimed that safety signage was cluttering the workspace unnecessarily. The safety equipment removals escalated when Kevin started encouraging workers to skip certain protective gear during rush periods. He'd say that experienced employees could work more efficiently without bulky safety equipment that slowed down their movements. Kevin would make comments about how previous generations of workers had been more careful and hadn't needed as many safety protocols because they paid better attention to their surroundings. He acted like modern safety requirements were evidence of declining worker competence. When employees raised concerns about the safety equipment removals, Kevin would say that meeting deadlines was more important than following every minor safety guideline, and that dedicated workers would find ways to stay safe while maintaining productivity. The situation became dangerous when Kevin started pressuring people to operate machinery without proper safety checks and protective procedures. He'd time workers and criticize anyone who took too long following established safety protocols. Kevin implemented productivity bonuses that effectively rewarded workers for skipping safety procedures and completing tasks faster than recommended guidelines. The incentive system encouraged people to take risks for additional pay. Several near-miss accidents occurred when workers were rushing to meet Kevin's productivity targets without following proper safety protocols. Equipment malfunctioned and people nearly got injured because safety checks were being skipped. When a worker was actually injured due to Kevin's safety shortcuts, the incident triggered an investigation by workplace safety regulators. Inspectors found numerous violations of mandatory safety requirements throughout the facility. Kevin was held personally responsible for the safety violations and faced potential criminal charges for knowingly removing required protective equipment. The company had to pay substantial fines and implement comprehensive safety retraining. The injured worker filed a lawsuit against both Kevin and the company for deliberately creating dangerous working conditions that prioritized productivity over employee safety. Kevin was terminated and faced personal legal liability for the safety violations. That story is over. The deliberate removal of legally required safety equipment while calling it productivity improvement is genuinely criminal behavior that could have killed people. Kevin basically turned the workplace into a death trap while acting like employee safety was just an inconvenient suggestion. Sometimes the most dangerous person in a workplace is the one who thinks deadlines are more important than human lives. Moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought customer service meant providing entertainment rather than assistance. My co-worker treated customer calls like comedy shows and hung up on people who didn't laugh. I work at a customer service center for a telecommunications company where resolving client issues professionally and efficiently is our primary responsibility during phone interactions. My co-worker Danny started treating customer service calls like personal entertainment opportunities where he could practice his comedy material and try to make people laugh instead of actually helping them with their technical or billing issues. Danny would spend the first several minutes of every customer call telling jokes, making puns about telecommunications, and trying to engage customers in humorous conversations that had nothing to do with the reasons they'd called for assistance. When customers would try to redirect Danny toward their actual problems or service issues, he'd continue with his comedy routine and act like people who didn't want to chat and laugh were being rude or unappreciative of his friendly customer service approach. Danny's entertainment approach became particularly problematic when customers were calling about serious issues like service outages, billing errors, or technical problems that were affecting their businesses or personal communications needs. Instead of providing professional technical support, Danny would make jokes about technology failures and try to turn customer frustration into comedy material. He seemed to think that making people laugh was more important than actually resolving their service problems. Danny started rating customers based on their responses to his jokes and would provide better service to people who laughed at his material. Customers who didn't appreciate his comedy would get rushed through their calls or transferred to other representatives. The entertainment approach escalated when Danny began hanging up on customers who seemed annoyed by his jokes or who asked him to stop being funny and focus on solving their technical issues. He'd claim these people were rude and didn't deserve quality customer service. Customer complaints started pouring in about Danny's inappropriate behaviour during service calls. People were frustrated that they couldn't get help with legitimate issues because their representative was more interested in telling jokes than providing technical support. When management reviewed recordings of Danny's customer calls, they found hours of inappropriate comedy material mixed with inadequate technical assistance. His call resolution rates were terrible because he spent more time entertaining himself than helping customers. Danny was terminated for failing to provide appropriate customer service and for hanging up on clients who didn't appreciate his comedy routine. He continued claiming that his approach had been innovative customer service that made the experience more enjoyable for everyone. Several customers had filed formal complaints about Danny's unprofessional behaviour, and the company had to reach out to apologise and provide proper technical support to people whose issues hadn't been resolved because of his comedy focus. That story is over. The transformation of customer service calls into personal comedy auditions while hanging up on people who didn't laugh is absolutely unhinged behaviour. Danny basically turned technical support into his own comedy club, while customers desperately needed actual help with their problems. Some people really think their entertainment value is more important than doing their actual job. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought employee scheduling was just a creative writing exercise. My manager constantly changed our schedules without notice and said flexibility was a job requirement. I work at a busy restaurant where reliable scheduling is crucial for both employee planning and maintaining adequate staffing for customer service during peak dining hours. My manager Carol would create weekly schedules and post them as usual, but then send last-minute text messages changing shifts, times and responsibilities, sometimes just hours before people were supposed to work. The constant changes made it impossible to plan personal lives around work commitments. Carol's schedule changes weren't due to emergencies or unexpected situations. She'd simply decide that different staffing arrangements would work better and would reorganise everyone's shifts without considering the impact on employees who had made plans based on the original schedule. When employees complained about the constant schedule changes, Carol would say that the restaurant industry required flexibility and that people who couldn't adapt to changing needs probably weren't suited for food service work. Carol started making schedule changes that directly contradicted time-off requests that had been approved weeks in advance. She'd schedule people to work during their approved vacation days and claim that business needs had to take priority over personal plans. The scheduling chaos became worse when Carol would change multiple people's shifts simultaneously without ensuring adequate coverage. She'd move servers to kitchen duties and kitchen staff to hosting positions without proper training or advance notice. Carol would make schedule changes via group text messages that created confusion about who was supposed to work when. People would show up for shifts they weren't scheduled for, or miss shifts they didn't know they'd been assigned to. The constant schedule changes meant that employees never knew if their posted schedule was accurate or if they'd receive last-minute text messages requiring them to work different hours than originally planned. Several employees quit because they couldn't handle the unpredictable scheduling and constant changes that made it impossible to maintain second jobs, attend school, or fulfill family responsibilities. When staff turnover increased due to Carol's scheduling practices, she blamed employees for not being committed enough to adapt to the flexible environment that successful restaurants required. Corporate eventually investigated the high turnover rate and discovered that Carol's constant schedule changes were creating an unstable work environment that was driving away good employees and affecting customer service quality. Carol was required to maintain consistent scheduling practices and limit changes to genuine emergencies. She continued making comments about how some people just couldn't handle the dynamic nature of restaurant management. That story is over. The complete chaos of treating posted work schedules like rough drafts that could be rewritten at any moment shows how some managers think employees exist solely for their convenience. Carol basically turned scheduling into a daily lottery where nobody knew when they might be working until the last possible second. Sometimes the most stressful part of a job isn't the work itself, but trying to figure out when you're actually supposed to do it. These workplace nightmares really highlight how some people completely lose perspective when they get even. A tiny amount of authority over other people. Sometimes you have to wonder if these people were always this way, or if power just revealed who they really were all along. Let's move on to someone who learned that some co-workers think the workplace kitchen is their personal science laboratory. My co-worker kept rotten food in the fridge for months and claimed it was science. I work at a tech startup where we have a communal kitchen with a large refrigerator that everyone uses for their lunches and snacks. Like most office fridges, it occasionally gets cluttered with forgotten leftovers, but generally, people are pretty good about cleaning up after themselves. About 4 months ago, my co-worker Derek brought in what looks like a leftover sandwich and some fruit in a clear plastic container. He placed it in the fridge, and I didn't think of it since everyone stores their food there occasionally. Days turned into weeks, and I noticed the container was still sitting in the exact same spot. The sandwich had developed an impressive coating of green and white mold, and the fruit had transformed into what can only be described as a horrifying brown liquid. The condensation inside the container suggested active bacterial growth was occurring. The smell started to permeate the entire refrigerator. Every time someone opened the door, this wave of putrid decay would assault your nostrils immediately. People began making comments about the terrible odor and wondering was what causing the biohazard situation. I finally approached Derek and politely mentioned that his food container had been decomposing in the fridge for several weeks and starting to create a pretty serious smell issue. I suggested he might want to dispose of it before it got any worse. Derek looked at me with complete sincerity and explained that he was conducting a controlled experiment to observe the various stages of bacterial breakdown and mold formation in different food types. He seemed genuinely excited about documenting the decomposition process with photos and detailed notes. When I pointed out that the smell was making it difficult for anyone else to use the refrigerator, Derek said that real scientific discovery required some sacrifices and that people should be more interested in learning about natural biological processes rather than complaining about temporary inconveniences. Over the following month, Derek's experiment expanded significantly. He started bringing in additional containers with different food combinations to test various decomposition rates under controlled refrigerator conditions. Our communal fridge became his personal laboratory for studying organic decay. The smell became absolutely unbearable. People stopped bringing lunch from home because they couldn't stand to open the fridge door. Some employees started eating out every day, rather than deal with the biohazard Derek had created in our kitchen area. Multiple co-workers complained to Derek directly about his rotten food experiments, but he always responded with the same lecture about scientific curiosity and the importance of understanding natural processes. He acted like we were all anti-intellectual for not appreciating his research contributions. The situation reached a crisis point when someone discovered that one of Derek's containers had leaked decomposed liquid all over the refrigerator shelves. The entire appliance had to be professionally cleaned and sanitized before could use it again. When management confronted Derek about the biohazard he'd created, he tried to frame it as an educational opportunity for the entire office. He said people could learn valuable lessons about food safety and bacterial growth by observing his ongoing experiments. HR had to explicitly ban unauthorized food experiments and implement a policy requiring all employees to remove their items from the refrigerator within 1 week maximum. Derek seemed genuinely disappointed that his research project was being shut down for what he called bureaucratic reasons. He finally cleaned out his moldy containers, but continued making comments about how our office culture didn't support scientific innovation and intellectual curiosity. He acted like removing rotten food was somehow stifling his professional development. That story ends there. The complete transformation of a shared refrigerator into a personal petri dish, while calling it scientific research, is truly something to behold. Derek managed to convince himself that creating a workplace biohazard was actually advancing human knowledge, while his colleagues couldn't eat lunch without gagging. Some people really will justify anything if they frame it as educational advancement. Moving on to someone who discovered that some managers think wedding planning should revolve around retail scheduling. My manager scheduled me to work on my wedding day, even after I submitted time off months in advance. I work at a department store where getting time off requires following proper procedures and submitting requests well ahead of time, especially for major personal events or busy shopping periods. When I got engaged 9 months ago, literally the first thing I did was submit a formal time off request for my wedding day and the day after for a brief honeymoon. I filled out all the required paperwork, received written approval, and got confirmation that my request had been accepted and processed. My manager Linda acknowledged the request and even congratulated me on my engagement. She said she completely understood how important the day would be and assured me she'd arrange adequate coverage for my shifts during that time period. Throughout the following months, I reminded Linda about my upcoming wedding whenever she posted new schedules. I wanted to make absolutely sure there were no misunderstandings or forgotten details that could create problems as the date approached. 3 weeks before my wedding, Linda posted the work schedule for that week, and I was completely shocked to see my name listed for a full 8-hour shift on my wedding day. I immediately went to her office, thinking there must be some kind of computer error or scheduling mistake. When I showed Linda the approved time off request and pointed out the obvious scheduling conflict, she looked at me like I was being completely unreasonable about the situation. She said the store was going to be short-staffed that week, and everyone needed to be flexible about their personal plans. I explained that this wasn't some casual personal plan that could be rescheduled. This was my wedding day that had been planned and booked for months, with a venue, catering, guests travelling from other states, and vendors all contracted for that specific date. Linda's response was that we'd all things happen the time, and weren't really that important in the grand scheme of things. She said truly dedicated employees would, when understand business needs, had to take priority over personal celebrations and social events actually. She suggested that I could reschedule a different day when I schedule my wedding for the store's staffing situation was less critical. She said flexible employees who were willing to adjust their personal lives for work demands were the ones who advanced their careers. I was absolutely floored by her suggestion that I should move my entire wedding to accommodate a retail shift. The venue was booked, invitations had been sent, family was travelling from across the country, and every vendor was contracted for that specific date. When I explained the impossibility of changing the wedding date at this point, Linda said maybe I should have considered the store's operational needs before making such elaborate personal commitments. She acted like planning a wedding was somehow inconsiderate to my employer. I contacted HR immediately about the scheduling conflict and provided all my documentation showing the approved time off request from months earlier. HR confirmed that Linda couldn't override approved vacation time and that the schedule needed to be corrected immediately. When HR ordered Linda to honour my approved time off, she became incredibly passive-aggressive about the entire situation. She made constant comments about how some people considered their personal lives more important than their job responsibilities. The wedding was absolutely beautiful, and I had an amazing day celebrating with my family and friends. When I returned to work, Linda continued making snide remarks about employees who prioritised personal celebrations over workplace commitments. That story is over. The casual suggestion to reschedule an entire wedding around a department store shift shows a level of workplace entitlement that defies all logic. Linda really thought a marriage ceremony should be planned around minimum wage retail coverage. At least HR had some basic understanding of the difference between approved vacation time and optional personal preferences. Let's continue with someone who learned that some co-workers think workplace gossip is a competitive sport. My co-worker spread rumours that I was getting fired while I was sitting right at my desk. I work in a marketing agency where information travels quickly and office gossip can seriously impact people's professional reputations and career advancement opportunities. Most people try to keep speculation to themselves rather than spreading unverified information about colleagues. My co-worker Jennifer has always been the type of person who thrives on drama and seems to know everyone's business before they know it themselves. She's constantly engaging in whispered conversations with different people about office politics, workplace relationships, and speculation about promotions or terminations. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that Jennifer was having more hushed conversations than usual with various co-workers around the office. She'd stop talking abruptly whenever I'd give approached and me these oddly sympathetic looks that made me wonder what was happening. Then people started treating me differently. Colleagues who normally chatted with me during coffee breaks became awkward and distant. Some people seemed to be avoiding me entirely, while others would give me these pitying glances like something terrible was about to occur. I finally cornered my friend Sarah and asked her everyone strange directly what was going on with behaviour toward me. She seemed uncomfortable, but eventually told me that Jennifer had been telling people was about I to be fired for performance issues. According to Jennifer of Events, management versions had been building a case against me and documenting various mistakes and attitude problems. She claimed to have inside information about HR meetings and disciplinary actions that were supposedly in progress against me. The rumours were incredibly specific and detailed, which made them seem credible to people who didn't know better. Jennifer was telling people that I'd missed important deadlines, received multiple client complaints, and been written up for insubordination. None of these things had actually happened. Sarah said Jennifer had been spreading these termination rumours for weeks, always emphasising how sad she was about the situation and how much she'd miss working with me. She was positioning herself as the sympathetic friend, preparing everyone for my inevitable departure. The most ridiculous part was that Jennifer was spreading these firing rumours while I was sitting at my desk doing my normal work just a few feet away from her. She'd walk past me having whispered conversations about my supposed termination while I was clearly still employed. I decided to confront Jennifer directly about the false rumours she'd been spreading. When I asked her why she was telling people I was getting fired, she acted completely innocent and claimed she was just sharing information from reliable sources. She said she was actually trying to help me by giving people advance notice so they could be emotionally prepared and supportive during what she assumed would be a difficult transition period for everyone involved. When I pointed out that none of her claims true and word, that I hadn't received any disciplinary actions or negative feedback whatsoever, Jennifer suggested that maybe I wasn't aware of all the behind-the-scenes discussions happening about my performance. I went straight to HR to report Jennifer's false rumours and asked directly about my actual employment status and any potential issues. HR confirmed there were no disciplinary problems, no performance concerns, and absolutely no plans to terminate my employment. When HR confronted Jennifer about spreading false information regarding my job security, she claimed it was all a misunderstanding and that she'd been trying to be helpful by sharing concerns from unnamed sources within the company. HR made it clear that spreading unverified rumours about colleagues' employment status created a hostile work environment and could result in disciplinary action if the behaviour continued in any form. Jennifer stopped her termination rumours after the HR meeting, but continued making vague comments about office politics and how quickly things could change in our industry. She seemed disappointed that her dramatic predictions hadn't materialised. That story ends there. The psychological warfare of spreading termination rumours while sitting 3 desks away from your target is genuinely disturbing behaviour. Jennifer created weeks of workplace anxiety and damaged professional relationships based on pure fiction while positioning herself as the helpful insider. Some people really get their entertainment from manufacturing crises for their co-workers to suffer through. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought 2 a.m. was prime time for urgent business discussions. My boss called me at 2 a.m. for urgent work that turned out to be printing copies for a meeting in 2 days. I work at a consulting firm where we occasionally have genuine emergencies that require immediate attention from team members. True urgent situations are rare, but when they happen, everyone understands that sometimes business can't wait until normal hours. My manager Kevin has always been somewhat disorganised and prone to last-minute panic about routine tasks, but he generally keeps his scheduling issues contained to regular business hours. I'd never received after him except hours calls for legitimate emergencies. Last Tuesday night, I was sound asleep when my phone started ringing at 2:17 in the morning. I immediately assumed there must be some kind of crisis, major client emergency, or urgent deadline that required immediate action from the team. Kevin's voice sounded stressed and frantic as he explained that he needed my help with something extremely urgent that couldn't wait until morning. He said he'd been working late preparing for an important client meeting and had encountered a critical issue. I got out of bed, put on clothes, and prepared to either come into the office or handle whatever emergency Kevin was dealing with from home. I was fully awake and ready to address whatever crisis had prompted a middle-of-the-night phone call. Kevin explained that he needed me to come into the office immediately to help him prepare presentation client meeting. He said the materials for a crucial meeting was extremely important, and we couldn't afford to be unprepared for such a significant business opportunity. When I asked about the specific nature of the emergency and what materials needed preparation, at 2 a.m, Kevin said he needed help printing and organising copies of presentation slides and supporting documents for the client meeting. I was confused about why printing documents constituted a middle-of-the-night emergency, so I asked when the client meeting was actually scheduled. Kevin said it was Thursday afternoon, which meant we had over 2 full business days to handle printing. I pointed out that printing copies for a meeting in 2 days didn't seem like the kind of urgent emergency that required waking people up at 2 a.m. Kevin got defensive and said proper preparation was crucial for client success. He insisted that dedicated employees would understand the importance of being thoroughly prepared and that cutting corners on presentation materials could damage our professional reputation with important clients and prospects. When I suggested we could easily handle the printing during normal business hours over the next 2 days, Kevin said procrastination was unprofessional and that successful people didn't leave important tasks until the last minute. I told Kevin I'd be happy to help with presentation preparation first thing in the morning, but I wouldn't be coming into the office at 2 a.m. to print documents for a meeting that was still 2 days away. Kevin became angry and accused me of not being committed to client success and professional excellence. He said employees who truly cared about their careers would be willing to sacrifice sleep for important business opportunities. The next morning, I arrived at the office early and found Kevin surrounded by printed presentation materials. He'd apparently spent several hours during the night printing and organizing documents that could have been completed in 30 minutes. During regular, I asked why he, when hours felt compelled to handle routine printing tasks in the middle of the night, Kevin said he'd been too anxious about the upcoming meeting to sleep and decided to be productive. Several co-workers mentioned that Kevin had also called them during the night with similar urgent printing requests. Most people had ignored the calls or refused to come in, leaving Kevin to handle his self-created emergency alone. I spoke with HR about Kevin's inappropriate after-hours calls for non-emergency work tasks. HR reminded all managers about proper protocols for contacting employees outside business hours and specified that true emergencies didn't include routine administrative tasks. Kevin continues to be disorganized and prone to last-minute panic, but he stopped making middle-of-the-night phone calls about printing and document preparation. He still creates unnecessary stress for himself through poor planning, but now handles it during appropriate hours. That story is over. The transformation of basic printing tasks into a 2 a.m. emergency perfectly demonstrates how some people's poor planning becomes everyone. Kevin Else's crisis inability to distinguish between genuine urgency and his own procrastination. Anxiety created a nightmare for his situation's entire team. At least HR understands that making copies isn't actually a life or death emergency. Let's move to someone who discover workers think workplace that some is optional safety when they're having fun. My co-worker showed up drunk to every shift and management looks the other way until he nearly injured someone. I work at a warehouse where operating heavy machinery and moving large shipments requires constant attention and coordination between team members. Safety protocols are supposedly taken very seriously because even minor mistakes can result in serious injuries or significant property damage. My co-worker Brad has always been a heavy drinker, but initially he seemed to keep his personal habits separate from work responsibilities. He'd make jokes about his weekend adventures and occasionally mention hangovers, but his job performance seemed adequate during his first few months of employment. Gradually, I started noticing that Brad smelled like alcohol during morning shifts. It was subtle at first, just a faint odour that could have been left over from the night before, but it became increasingly obvious that he was showing up to work under the influence of alcohol. Brad's behaviour during shifts became more concerning as his drinking problem escalated. He'd be unusually loud and giggly, make poor decisions about equipment operation, and seem generally unfocused on safety procedures that required careful attention and precision. Several times, I watched Brad operate forklifts and other heavy machinery while clearly impaired. His movements were slower and less precise than they should have been, and he'd make judgment errors that could have resulted in accidents if other workers hadn't been paying attention. When I mentioned Brad's drinking problem to our supervisor, Jim, he brushed off my concerns and said Brad was just a fun-loving guy who liked to have a good time. Jim seemed to think that as long as Brad completed his basic tasks, his alcohol consumption wasn't a workplace issue. Other co-workers started noticing Brad's intoxication as well, but management continued to ignore the obvious safety hazard he was creating. Jim would joke about Brad being a party animal and act like showing up drunk was just part of his colourful personality. The situation escalated when Brad started bringing alcohol to work and drinking during lunch breaks. He'd have beer or liquor in his locker and would consume it during break time, then return to operate heavy machinery while actively intoxicated. Multiple employees about Brad's drinking complained to management and the safety risks it created for everyone in the warehouse. We pointed out that impaired equipment operation could result in serious injuries or fatalities if something went wrong during operations. Jim's response was always the same dismissive attitude about Brad being harmless and fun-loving. He said some people just had different personalities and that we should be more tolerant of individual differences rather than trying to control other people's behaviour. The breaking point came when Brad was operating a forklift while visibly drunk and nearly dropped a heavy pallet on another worker. The co-worker had to jump out of the way to avoid being crushed by the falling shipment, and several people witnessed the close call. Brad seemed completely unaware that he'd almost caused a serious injury. He was laughing and joking about the incident while the worker he'd nearly hurt was shaking from adrenaline and fear of what could have happened to him. That near-miss accident finally forced management to take action. Corporate was notified about the safety incident, and Brad was immediately suspended pending an investigation into his workplace alcohol use and the dangers it had created for other employees. The investigation revealed that supervisors had been aware of Brad's drinking problem for months, but had chosen to ignore it, rather than address the safety concerns it created. Jim was demoted for failing to maintain appropriate workplace safety standards. Brad was terminated for violating company policies about substance use and creating dangerous conditions for his co-workers. The warehouse implemented stricter policies about monitoring employee sobriety and responding to safety concerns from other workers. That story ends there. The casual acceptance of drunk forklift operation until someone nearly died shows how completely broken some workplace safety cultures really are. Jim treated serious substance like abuse amusing personality quirks, while everyone else lived in fear of being crushed by impaired equipment operators. Sometimes it takes a near-death experience to force management to acknowledge obvious dangers they should have addressed months earlier. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought chairs were luxury items that employees needed to earn through suffering. My boss refused to provide side chairs for employees, and standing 8 hours was good for discipline. I work at a retail clothing store where shifts are long and customer traffic is constant throughout most of the day. Most retail jobs are tough on your feet, but usually you get brief moments to sit down during slow periods or when processing inventory. When our new manager David took over about 6 months ago, one of his first changes was removing all the stools and chairs that employees had been using during quiet moments throughout their shifts. He said sitting while on the clock looked unprofessional to customers and that dedicated workers should be able to stand for entire shifts. I pointed out that we were required to work 8-hour shifts with only a 30-minute lunch break, which meant standing for 7.5 hours straight on hard concrete floors. David said standing builds character, and that employees in other countries work much longer hours under more difficult conditions. When several of us mentioned that our feet and backs were killing us by the end of shifts, David suggested we invest in better shoes and focus on developing mental toughness. He said people who complained about standing probably weren't cut out for retail work. The situation got worse when David noticed that some employees were leaning against counters or walls during slow periods. He implemented a policy requiring us to remain standing upright at all times while on the floor, claiming that leaning looked lazy to customers. He started doing random checks throughout the day, walking around the store to make sure nobody was sitting, leaning, or even shifting their weight in ways he deemed inappropriate for professional retail environments. If he caught someone not standing perfectly upright, he'd lecture them about professionalism. Several employees developed serious foot and back problems from standing on concrete for 8 hours without any relief whatsoever. When people requested accommodations or mentioned doctor visits for pain issues, David said medical accommodations were for people with real disabilities, not healthy adults who simply didn't want to stand. One co-worker actually fainted during her shift from the combination of being on her feet all day and not being allowed to sit down, even briefly, during slow periods. David's response was that she should have eaten a better breakfast and stayed more hydrated. Multiple employees complained to corporate about the no-sitting policy and the physical strain it was creating for workers. We pointed out that other retail stores allowed brief sitting periods and that requiring 8 hours of continuous standing was causing actual health problems. Corporate eventually overruled David's policy and required him to provide appropriate seating options for employee breaks and slow periods. They said employee health and safety had to take priority over his personal opinions about standing and discipline. David was clearly frustrated by corporate's decision and continued making comments about how modern workers were soft and entitled compared to previous generations, who understood the value of hard physical labour without complaining. That story's over. The idea that chairs are somehow a character weakness rather than basic human comfort shows a level of management sadism that's genuinely disturbing. David literally turned retail work into an endurance contest where fainting was preferable to appearing lazy to customers. Some people really shouldn't be trusted with any authority over other human beings' basic physical needs. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their co-worker thought customer service meant providing personal entertainment rather than actual assistance. My co-worker treated customer calls like comedy shows and hung up on people who didn't laugh. I work at a customer service centre for a telecommunications company where resolving client issues professionally and efficiently is our primary responsibility during phone interactions with customers seeking technical support. My co-worker Danny started treating customer service calls like personal entertainment opportunities, where he could practice his comedy material and try to make people laugh instead of actually helping them with their technical problems or billing issues. Danny would spend the first several minutes of every customer call telling jokes, making puns about telecommunications technology, and trying to engage customers in humorous conversations that had absolutely nothing to do with the reasons they'd called for assistance. When customers would try to redirect Danny toward their actual problems or service issues, he'd continue with his comedy routine and act like people who didn't want to chat and laugh were being rude or unappreciative of his friendly customer service approach. Danny's entertainment approach became particularly problematic when customers were calling about serious issues like service outages, billing errors, or technical problems that were affecting their businesses or personal communications needs that required immediate attention. Instead of providing professional technical support, Danny would make jokes about technology failures and try to turn customer frustration into comedy material for his own amusement. He seemed to think making people laugh was more important than actually resolving their service problems. Danny started rating customers based on their responses to his jokes and would provide better service to people who laughed at his material. Customers who didn't appreciate his comedy would get rushed through their calls or transferred to other representatives without proper assistance. The entertainment approach escalated when Danny began hanging up on customers who seemed annoyed by his jokes or who asked him to stop being funny and focus on solving their actual technical issues that they'd called about. Customer complaints started pouring in about Danny's inappropriate behaviour during service calls. People were frustrated that they couldn't get help with the legitimate technical issues because their representative was more interested in telling jokes than providing actual support. When management reviewed recordings of Danny's customer calls, they found hours of inappropriate comedy material mixed with completely inadequate technical assistance. His call resolution rates were terrible because he spent more time entertaining himself than helping customers. Danny was terminated for failing to provide appropriate customer service and for hanging up on clients who didn't appreciate his comedy routine during technical support calls. He continued claiming his approach had been innovative customer service that made the experience more enjoyable. Several customers had filed formal complaints about Danny's unprofessional behaviour, and the company had to reach out to apologise and provide proper technical support to people whose issues hadn't been resolved because of his focus on comedy over service. That story ends there. The transformation of customer service calls into personal comedy auditions while hanging up on people who needed actual help is absolutely unhinged behaviour. Danny basically turned technical support into his own entertainment venue, while customers desperately needed assistance with real problems affecting their lives. Some people really think their comedic aspirations are more important than doing their actual job responsibilities. Moving on to someone who learned that some managers think employee scheduling is just a rough draft that can be rewritten at whim. My manager constantly changed our schedules without notice and said flexibility was a job requirement. I work at a busy restaurant where reliable scheduling is crucial for both employee planning and maintaining adequate staffing levels for customer service during peak dining hours throughout the week. My manager Carol would create weekly schedules and post them as usual, but then send last-minute text messages, changing shifts, times and responsibilities, sometimes just hours before people were supposed to work. The constant changes made it impossible to plan personal lives around work commitments. Carol's schedule changes weren't due to emergencies or unexpected situations that required immediate adjustments. She'd simply decide that different staffing arrangements would work better and would reorganize everyone's shifts without considering the impact on employees who had made plans based on the original posted schedule. When employees complained about the constant schedule changes, Carol would say that the restaurant industry required flexibility and that people who couldn't adapt to changing needs probably weren't suited for food service work in a dynamic environment. Carol started making schedule changes that directly contradicted time-off requests that had been approved weeks in advance. She'd schedule people to work during their approved vacation days and claim that business needs had to take priority over personal plans and commitments. The scheduling chaos became worse when Carol would change multiple people's shifts simultaneously without ensuring adequate coverage for all positions. She'd move servers to kitchen duties and kitchen staff to hosting positions without proper training or advance notice about the changes. Carol would make schedule changes via group text messages that created confusion about who was supposed to work when and where. People would show up for shifts they weren't scheduled for, or miss shifts they didn't know they'd been assigned to work. The constant schedule changes meant that employees never knew if their posted schedule was accurate or if they'd receive last-minute text messages requiring them to work completely different hours than originally planned and communicated. Several employees quit because they couldn't handle the unpredictable scheduling and constant changes that made it impossible to maintain second jobs, attend school, or fulfill family responsibilities that required advanced planning. When staff turnover increased due to Carol's scheduling practices, she blamed employees for not being committed enough to adapt to the flexible environment that successful restaurants required to operate effectively. Corporate eventually investigated the high turnover rate and discovered that Carol's constant schedule changes were creating an unstable work environment that was driving away good employees and affecting customer service quality during busy periods. Carol was required to maintain consistent scheduling practices and limit changes to genuine emergencies only. She continued making comments about how some people just couldn't handle the dynamic nature of restaurant management. That story is over. The complete chaos of treating posted work schedules like rough drafts that could be rewritten at any moment shows how some managers think employees exist solely for their convenience. Carol basically turned scheduling into a daily lottery, where nobody knew when they might be working until the last possible second. Sometimes, the most stressful part of a job isn't the work itself, but trying to figure out when you're actually supposed to do it. Thanks for tuning in this night. If you enjoyed this batch of stories and you're still awake listening to this, consider subscribing for more. Feel free to check out the Reddit Stories playlist, where you can listen to stories just like these on loop. Lastly, be sure to leave a like on the video. Again, thanks for sticking around, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care.